Vanessa, are you ready?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Does everybody know I met Vanessa at the Ward 5 event a month or two ago? She's a real person, not just a voice. I'm only telling the truth, correct, Vanessa?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you. I think, I'm not sure Evan believed you really existed, but I made that up. Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to start this hearing. I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the committee, as well as Chair of the Council. Today is Thursday, December 16th, 2021. Time is 1:13 in the afternoon. We are conducting this hearing virtually. It is available to be seen live via the Zoom video conference broadcast platform. It's also live via the council, via Council Channel 13, that's cable television. I believe it's also available on the Office of Cable Television's website, which is entertainment.dc.gov. It's also available live on the chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. The subject of today's hearing, this is an oversight hearing, is teacher and principal turnover versus retention in the district's public schools. Well, we last had a hearing on this subject in December 4th of 2019. So it's been 2 years. To read from the hearing notice, teachers and school leaders are the foundation of a quality education, and they are vital to the success of our students and our schools. The purpose of this oversight hearing is to discuss what progress has been made, if any, to reduce teacher and principal turnover, both in the District of Columbia Public Schools and the District of Columbia Public Charter Schools. In December 2019, the Committee of the Whole held a hearing on teacher and principal turnover, where we heard from experts about the cause of teacher attrition and strategies to increase retention of teachers in district schools. Since then, many schools have experienced increased turnover of teachers and school leaders. It is important for the committee to understand what the local education agencies are doing to retain our high-quality educators and leaders. When we issued the hearing notice, we indicated that the number of public witnesses would be limited to 40 individuals. I believe we actually got registrations, or rather signups, from around 50, and a few of those fell off. So we'll have 46 witnesses before we turn to government agencies. I'm going to say just a little bit more and then see if there are any colleagues on this hearing yet. I see Councilmember Tramwhite, so I'll turn to him in a minute. In short, there's no debate in the research that teacher turnover harms student achievement, harms school climate, and harms student relationships, all of which are key to long-term success for our students. I'm of a view that to improve public education in the district, we need to build our school communities, and that means each schoolhouse. And in order to do that, there has to be stability, both with the leader of the school, the educational leader of the school, that is the principal, as well as with the teaching faculty, that is our teachers. And without stability, we will see that there continues to be struggles in many of our schools for kids to succeed. I see teacher and principal retention as one of the keys in a strategy to improve public education in our city. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks, which is to say that anyone who's testifying today who wishes to supplement their remarks or didn't send us their written testimony and will send it to us, and anyone who's not testifying today but wishes to submit comments, which are welcome, please do so by 5 p.m. Thursday, December 30th. And if testimony is being submitted electronically, which these days everything is, the address is COW, that's committee of the whole, COW@dccouncil.us. As of this moment, the witness list for today and all of the testimony that we have received can be accessed by going to www.chairmanmendelson.com/testimony. Again, chairmanmendelson.com/testimony. Councilmember Trayon White, if you're there, do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm currently at the DDOT intervention here in the ward, but I do want to be in this very important hearing to touch bases on teacher retention. That's greatly concerning to me as a former DC public school student. One of the things we had in our teachers was stability each and every year. Now we're seeing that we have a hard time getting teachers back in the building and consistent, especially with this. Ever since the 2007 School Reform Act, we've seen a high turnover in administration and teachers throughout the district. And that concerns me because we are able to transform our young people through relationships and stability. And for a lot of our young people, especially east of Anacostia River, they have instability in the homes and in the families. And so we know as a government, we have to do our part in ensuring they have stability in the schools, because schools to a lot of our children is their second home. And so I just want to hear from the witnesses today to figure out what we can do to find solutions to form stability and keep, because, you know, we have, I guess, between the second and third highest paying teacher ratio in the country. So I guess money is not enough. And so we got to figure out what it is. Is it impact scores? Is it the climate? What is it? And so we can show stability. So I want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for hosting this hearing today, and I look forward to hearing from the witnesses. I'll be back and forth because I am in the middle of a press conference with DDOT about these accidents in and around areas. Hey, Jeff, in and around these areas around schools, students being hit by cars and parents as well. And so I'll be tuning in. Also my staff. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to call witnesses, the first 12 witnesses. As I call them, they will be led into the participating or the main room, as we call it in Zoom. Scott Goldstein, who's with Empower Ed. Mary Levy, Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, who's president of the Washington Teachers Union. Laura Fuchs, who's a teacher in the DC Public Schools. Shane Strickland, who's a special education teacher. Jessica Giles, who's with Democrats for Education Reform, DC. George Telsrow, who's also a teacher in the DC Public Schools. I'm assuming DC Public Schools. Vilka Scott Marcus, who's with Friendship Public Charter School. Joseph Spate, who is listed as Black male teacher residency at Friendship Public Charter School. Marion Babcock, who's with, I believe, School Without Walls, LSAT or LSAT, parent co-chair. Regina Bell, who's General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union, and Shannon Hodge, who's with the DC Charter School Alliance. I'm going to put folks on a 3-minute clock because we have 46 witnesses. So if you'd be mindful, please, if you're in gallery view, which you should be able to see the clock in the top. I understand, Mr. Goldstein, you have a PowerPoint. That might require a little extra time than 3, but don't stretch it too far.
Okay, thank you very much.
We'll begin with you, Mr. Goldstein.
All right, if you give me just a second to get this loaded. All right, good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members. Today's hearing is on a very critical topic. Empower Ed was founded to take on the challenge of teacher retention. And today I'll briefly discuss the landscape of teacher retention in DC and our policy solutions and work in schools. First, we know that teachers leave at a significantly higher rates than comparable urban districts. That turnover costs us. In fact, if we were just able to bring turnover down to the national urban average, we would have saved $40 million over the past 5 years. Critical money we can invest in our students and our schools. We also know the stability of educators and school leaders is an essential bedrock of to school progress, and that higher teacher turnover is shown to negatively impact student achievement. We also want to begin by dispelling some common misconceptions. Teacher turnover is not higher in DC because of transients. More transient cities, in fact, have lower teacher turnover. And teachers who are leaving are not just ineffective. If you look at that bottom of the graph, you can see the majority of teachers, in fact, who we've lost in the past 7 years have been effective or highly effective, even under that rating system. We also know that in particular, we have a challenge recruiting, supporting, and retaining educators of color, with DC having lost more Black educators than any major city in the country in the 10 years since the implementation of the impact teacher evaluation, recently found to be racially biased. In some words, we have experienced huge gaps between the Latino student population you can see in this graph and the teacher workforce, and also with our Black educator workforce. As we predicted, we experienced a drop in turnover during the height of the pandemic. After all, it was nearly impossible to check out a new school in person, to interview or move during the summer of 2020. But we also foreshadowed, and you can see in the newly released numbers from OSSE today, turnover went up substantially again from last school year to this one across the district. And again, it's really important to know that we're focused on school level turnover, which is the most impactful. WTU and Empower Ed joined together to conduct a survey over the past 2 weeks, and the results are staggering. 81% of educators say morale is significantly worse than in previous years, 41% saying they're seriously considering leaving it before the end of the school year, 18% at the end of the school year, and more. And why? 60% cite LEA-wide and city-wide policies as the primary reason for leaving, not challenges working with students. These are some of the reasons the SBOE survey of recently departed teachers found to be the drivers of turnover. And here are the WTU Empower Ed results. In fact, we've been advocating for years for flexible scheduling, which is shown as the top thing that would keep teachers. The comments on our survey from teachers who are also parents were devastating, feeling forced to choose between their jobs and commitment to family. And yes, pay is also an issue when you consider the insulting level of paraprofessional pay, actual DCPS salaries compared to cost of living, and charter school starting salaries. We've been advocating for this 6-step approach to teacher retention for several years. And briefly, I just want to share beyond these solutions, which we can go into more, the work that we do in schools. We're excited to have received a grant from OSSE to deepen this work in the coming years, along with other nonprofit partners on educator retention. This is a brief preview of the work that we do, identifying individual aspirations of all staff members, gauging morale, talking about different empowerment languages, differentiating the degree of autonomy and support individual staff members need, and much more. As you can see, it's rated highly by teachers and principals. More importantly, I must impress upon you that teacher turnover does not have to be this way. The problem is eminently solvable. There's nothing unique to DC that consigns us to perpetually high teacher and principal turnover. I'd be willing to bet all the money to my name that if you fully implemented the 6-step outlined in our agenda, you would see DC teacher turnover drop to or below the national urban average. We can do this, but we have to listen to the ideas of educators and avoid the shortcut Band-Aid solutions borrowed from other sectors or business school, and do the work collaboratively to make it happen. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Next on the list is Mary Levy.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Levy, and I have tracked teacher and principal turnover in the district for many years. I did it because nobody else was doing it, and I am responsible for 3 reports on the levels of turnover that were commissioned from me by the State Board of Education. My written testimony lays out the state of data on both teacher and principal turnover. In a word, it's dreadful. And for that reason, I urge the council to pass legislation that was introduced in the last session as the Statewide Educational Data Warehouse Amendment Act. OSSE has all the data, it has it electronically, and they really should be providing full reports in detail. Now, as DCPS will tell you, both teacher and principal turnover at the system level in DCPS have improved over the last 7 or 8 years. Still, in the 5 years leading up to the pandemic, the level of teacher turnover was not only higher than that in the country nationally, but other cities. Moreover, the focus really needs to be on school level turnover because that's what students experience. Based on my latest analysis, the average DCPS school loses 20% of its teachers each year, half within 3 years, and 2/3 within 5 years. The average charter school loses about 1/4 of its teachers annually. In addition, even though turnover is better than 10 years ago, when workforce replacement was a reform strategy, the rates of teacher departure vary greatly from one school to another, but almost all are still in double digits. Teacher departure is much higher in schools serving many students designated as at risk, and research finds that they're the ones that really suffer from turnover. Rates are 10 percentage points higher in wards 5, 7, and 8, and schools with more than 60% of their students classified as at risk. DCPS reporting has focused on retention of teachers rated highly effective and effective. But of those who leave, only 20% are low rated because there aren't that many teachers in those categories. Most who leave are effective or highly effective. And at the end of 2020, 77% of those leaving were effective or highly effective. The big question as to the numbers is what happens when the lockdowns are lifted and the economy improves. Scott has told you about the surveys, teacher stress up 50% considering leaving their jobs in the district. I doubt that the current levels will last. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Ms. Pogue-Lyons.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. I am Jacqueline Pogue-Lyons, President of the Washington Teachers Union. I have taught in public schools across Washington, D.C. for 28 years. Teachers are the foundation of our educational system and the most important in-school factor that contributes to student learning. District of Columbia Public Schools suffer from some of the highest teacher turnover in the nation, according to a report by the DC State Board of Education. DC has a higher attrition rate than any other urban school system, with about 25% of public school teachers leaving their jobs each year. WTU believes that the high rate of teacher turnover in DC public schools is a direct result of policies and procedures developed by DCPS administrators over the past decade. In survey after survey, one reason above all others has stood out as a reason teachers are leaving DC public schools. For other opportunities, DCPS's punitive and biased evaluation system known as MPACT. MPACT was announced to the world in a 2008 Time magazine cover of Michelle Rhee, then the DCPS chancellor, in a classroom holding a broom, promising to sweep bad teachers out of our city's public school system. However, MPACT has instead created an environment that, according to an American University study, is racially biased, with white teachers on average receiving higher scores on the evaluations than their Black and Hispanic counterparts and colleagues. Previous research by the Albert Shanker Institute found between 2003, when MPACT was implemented, and 2011, the proportion of DC public school, DC teaching force was white increased substantially, more than doubling from 16% to 39%. At the same time, the Black share of the workforce decreased by a similar amount from 77% to 49%. American University has also found that MPACT also creates a culture of fear and falls short of supporting teacher growth. And finally, the impacts of teacher turnover are most deeply felt in communities of color, with high percentages of students classified at risk. The DC State Board of Ed found that the rate of annual teacher departure rises with the percentage of students considered at risk. Let me restate this again in simple terms. DCPS's impact evaluation system has been found to be racist. It coincides with a dramatic reduction in the Black educator workforce, has failed to reduce the city's achievement gap, and disproportionately impacts schools and communities of color. These are grounds alone that should make it enough for the council to force DCPS to the table to design a new evaluation tool in collaboration with the WTU that better supports teachers and which is designed to help them grow in their profession. I'm open to questions, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Ms. Polk Lyons. Laura Fuchs.
Good afternoon. So in addition to everything that people are saying, I would like to focus particularly on a specific group of teachers who need stability and are being driven from the profession at likely higher rates than everyone else, and that would be special education teachers. I do want to note that I myself am not a special education teacher. I'm speaking from my experience working alongside them. Special education teachers are some of the hardest working and best teachers in the system, bar none. They're also the most important teachers because it falls to them to fulfill the federal law to guarantee that every single student has access to a free, appropriate public education. I've never known a more selfless group of people. They enter the profession to serve our most vulnerable students and to truly do the work that is education. That being said, in DCPS and the DC public charter schools, I've never seen a more mistreated and abused group of educators. And it is causing them to burn out in order to seek better working conditions where they feel they can best serve their students and comply with federal law. I will now list just some of the ways that I've seen and heard special education teachers get treated, both through DCPS and the public charter schools over the past years. And things are getting seriously worse. The central office administrators of our LEAs that are in charge of ensuring special education services are provided, including DCPS, are revolving doors and have increasingly resulted in hiring of unqualified personnel who are making widespread policies that systemically violate IDEA and or add on unnecessary paperwork and steps. This has led to teachers becoming burned out attempting to jump through hoops or frustrated when they know that policies are violating their students' rights. I've heard countless stories from both sectors where when issues are brought to administration in the spirit of solving the problems, the teachers are harassed, intimidated, threatened, and sometimes fired in order to protect bad administrators and bad practices, rather than working to solve them. Local DCPS schools are under-resourced for serving students with disabilities, especially at the secondary school level. Looking at the neighborhood public schools, many of them are servicing a special education population that is at or nearing 30% of the total population. This puts incredible strain on all the resources in the building. Because our budgets look much larger per student, DCPS undercuts are at risk in comprehensive school funding formulas to make investments elsewhere. This causes schools to make extremely hard choices regarding how many aides, et cetera, to get above what we are budgeted for. This means our special education teachers are overworked and overstressed. Some of them teach 3+ different preps and co-teach multiple teachers on top of managing very full caseloads. In most of our schools, they only have one planning period each. They're literally doing my job on top of a second job, which is case management, and only one planning period per day to find students, test them, plan lessons, grade papers, complete IEPs, hold IEP meetings, schedule meetings, talk to parents, and I'm sure I'm leaving off a lot of things that are included in their job. I will submit a much longer written testimony. It also includes things about impact, as well as just the importance of school stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Shane Strickland. I'm not sure Shane Strickland is here. Jessica Giles? I don't see Jessica Giles. George Telsrow. Good afternoon. If you are speaking, I can't hear you.
How about now? Is that any better?
Hear you now.
Okay, thank you. The timing of my testimony has special meaning for me. I'm in my 27th year with DC Public Schools. Tomorrow I turn 60 years old and become fully eligible for retirement, which I'm planning on doing at the end of the year. Why am I so eager to retire, and why are other teachers younger than I quitting so soon? Number one, Ms. Pogue-Lyons said it already, but I will say it again. Impact evaluation system, which is neither valid nor consistent, does not develop a spirit of growth. Just talk to any group of teachers and they'll tell you the demoralizing and infuriating stories of impact. Even principals and administrators will admit in private that the system is greatly flawed. It creates fear, apprehension, literal tears among both veterans and newer teachers. Fear of impact forces teachers to follow cookie cutter methods, sacrifice creativity. In the end, while talking heads will insist there's a set of criteria, your score is at the whim of an evaluator. Number two on my list is what I call an anti-teacher culture. And again, reference Michelle Rhee on the cover of Time magazine. And that mentality that we need to sweep out bad teachers and the teachers don't really know what they're doing, it still persists, and that we need copious trainings and professional development. Even this year, now we have DCPS sending all teachers end of unit assessments. What is the message there? We can't trust teacher-made assessments, and it's insulting. And those assessments that are sent to us are actually poor quality. Because of this untrustworthiness of teachers, or I said that wrong, but teachers spend so much time in training that we lack the time to plan and grade papers. We spend our mornings in LEAP sessions, a training program that has wasted hundreds of hours of my time over the years. And every year we provide feedback that it's not working, and every year it persists. Simply put, teachers are not respected as professionals. A third reason would be DCPS's inability to develop a system for dealing with disrespectful and disruptive students. To reduce suspensions, we protect disruptors at the educational expense of the majority of our students and at the expense of the emotional health of teachers. If there were alternative options for students that clearly will not be heading to college, this problem would be reduced. Years ago at Cardozo, we had a thriving construction academy that offered an alternative to the single path of college. Unfortunately, that program was abolished. Failing to provide clear path to trades and to good jobs is a major, major mistake in our city's school system. I've enjoyed my career with DCPS, but I wonder if I had started in the past 10 years, if I would still be here. I would love for DCPS to become the beacon it talks about being, and it could start by honestly listening to teachers that serve our students daily. And thank you for listening, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you. Is it Telsrow?
You got it.
Thank you. And what subject do you teach?
I teach U.S. history.
Oh, good. I like U.S. history.
So do I.
Miss Scott Marcus? Told is not here. Joseph Spate?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members
Good
of the
afternoon.
committee. Thank you for creating this space for this important conversation. My name is Joseph Spate, and I'm a former teacher, principal, and now leading the Teacher Residency Initiative, specifically created for Black male teachers at the Friendship Public Charter School. While I know that I'm preaching to the choir with the information I will share, please indulge me for a moment. According to research and data, Black teachers have higher expectations for Black students. Black students with Black teachers are more likely to be enrolled in gifted, honors, and advanced placement courses. Black teachers have more positive perceptions of Black students' behavior and are less likely to suspend them. Black students with at least one Black teacher in grades K through 3 are 13% more likely to graduate from high school and 19% more likely to enroll in college. Despite this, only 2% of America's teachers are Black men. Imagine how much more our children could achieve if we expand beyond the 2% of Black men in our classrooms, train and support them to become highly effective practitioners, and retain them to lead results for all children. That is the mission of this work and our commitment at Friendship Public Charter School. The most important thing we have learned about developing and retaining excellent teachers, especially Black men, is that it is critical to build a culture of trust where educators feel comfortable learning through mistakes or saying, "I don't know." We all know on this call that teaching is difficult. We must cultivate spaces for teachers to be vulnerable as they learn and grow. We do this by creating a supportive environment that demands excellence, but prioritizes development over evaluation through authentic relationships and mentorship. We do this by creating safe spaces for people to learn and perfect their craft. The protected time and supportive elements of an effective teacher residency program are an invaluable resource and launching pad for a successful teaching career. 100% of our resident teachers this year will be offered full-time teaching roles at Friendship Public Charter School next school year. We are also dedicated to ensure they continue to have the competency, development, and character needed to succeed. Please continue to invest in and expand your supportive programs that support teacher residencies. Furthermore, continue to invest in initiatives that value the effectiveness and development of Black male teachers more than increasing their physical presence in our schools. Please also amplify the voices of all teachers, especially teachers of color. We need to increase their power and influence in a structured way that makes them a part of the political process, and act on what they say. There are amazing professionals in our communities that will flourish and lead results with your support. Again, thank you for providing this opportunity and to share my perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Spate. I don't have a copy of your statement. Could you provide that,
I will absolutely do so.
please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Marion Babcock.
Hi, I'm here. Just bear with me. My glasses just broke and they're bifocals, so I apologize. My testimony today stems from my observations as an LSAT parent co-chair at School Without Walls and my involvement with SHAPE and C4DC volunteer organizations. You have not received my testimony yet, but it is in the email supply chain. If the purpose of this hearing is to investigate what is being done to retain our teachers and principals, we must ask if we are making the case that teachers and principals belong in DC public schools. Do we as elected government officials and stakeholders value the leadership, vision, and professional acumen of our principals and teachers? Do we honor the calling of their vocation to teach and to lead in normal times? And are we now supporting our principals and teachers during this pandemic? I say not. If principals and teachers are to belong in our schools, you, the mayor, and the chancellor must invest in the people that are on the front lines of learning every day. I have experienced the destabilization and hardship that happens when a principal is fired during a school year in a pandemic. I have personally witnessed the impact of accessing a teacher during last year's budget process has had on this year's substitute teachers coverage. And now I see how the toll of pandemic testing, contact tracing, and the mental health needs of our students is placing on our schools' principals and teachers by placing them in separate silos to deal with their job in this pandemic. This is too much to bear alone. Our schools' employees are being asked to reach high levels of student outcomes while policing COVID testing, performing contact tracing, and making sure that progress reports, assessment testing, impact evaluations are done. Our principals and teachers were not trained for a pandemic, and they need executive support. Leadership is more than initiatives. It's more than emails and Zoom meetings. Great leadership provides the supports to the valuable people who carry out the everyday work that the rest of us judge them on. Principals and teachers will belong to an educational system if they are valued and supported by their employers. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Babcock. Regina Bell.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing on teacher and principal retention. This hearing comes at a time when the turnover rate among public school teachers in DC exceeds the national average. This school year was expected to be difficult, but no one was prepared for what teachers and students are experiencing. Although teachers went back into the classroom last year, many students have been out of the classroom for over a year. We know that during virtual learning, many students did not thrive academically, lacked structure, social interaction, and mental health support. Pressure on teachers and students to get back on track academically is immense. Combine that with teacher, substitute, and paraprofessional shortages, and the school building has become a pressure cooker. Many teachers did not return to school this year. Adding to the strain is the fact that the onboarding process is taking 50 days or more. But rather than provide resources and time to address the social and emotional needs of students who had been out of the school building for over a year, DCPS has dramatically increased testing for all students, testing that must be conducted by teachers already stretched too thin. Child psychiatrist Pamela Cantor, a DCPS contractor, has said, when we're able to combine social, emotional, affective, and cognitive development together, we are creating many, many more interconnections in the developing brain that enable children to accelerate learning and development. Making time to integrate social and emotional learning into academics, in other words, is a better way for schools to achieve their goals than to focus on academics alone. Rather than listen to their own experts who said the worst thing we can do for our teachers, students, and families is to deprioritize social emotional learning during the pandemic, DCPS has put its focus into intense tutoring and required curricular task testing for all students on a regular basis. This approach pretty much ensures less academic gains will be made by students who DCPS claims they are so concerned about. Further exacerbating the pressure on teachers is DCPS's high-stakes teacher evaluation system, IMPACT. A report requested by DCPS recently concluded that IMPACT is biased by race, ward, and gender. This report included pre-pandemic surveys, but our current situation has only made things worse. For example, special education and ELL teachers are being pulled from their teaching responsibilities to cover classes due to the teacher and substitute shortage. As a result, the students that are on their caseload are not getting the services they are entitled to and cannot be expected to make their anticipated growth. Because the impact evaluation factors into student progress, those teachers are not likely to be considered highly effective and could be terminated or just quit, and who could blame them? When Chancellor Furby became principal of the lowest performing school in Guilford County, North Carolina, he said he was given carte blanche to turn things around. His strategy, build relationships, trust, and listen. He didn't say anything about increased academic testing. That is what this school system desperately needs now. The DC Public Schools should be provided with greater autonomy, not more requirements, to work with their teachers and staff to come up with the best solution for their students and their school. The RCTs should be eliminated. IMPACT needs to be restructured to be a developmental evaluation and not punitive. More teachers, counselors, and social workers need to be hired as soon as possible. If not, we are likely to see an escalation of teachers leaving during and after this school year. Studies show students lose between 32 and 72 instructional days when a teacher leaves mid-year. That result is the exact opposite of what we all want for our students. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Shannon Hodge.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the founding executive director of the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that all students in the district receive the great public education they deserve. In a survey we administered to charter LEAs, leaders reported a number of retention strategies that have worked for their schools over the years. We've shared those in our written testimony, and today you'll hear many examples from school leaders of strategies they found to be effective. Those include maximizing classroom supports, paying careful attention to culture and climate, transparent communication, flexibility when available, regular and consistent professional development through courses and coaching cycles, growth opportunities to build leadership skills, paid professional development, timely feedback, positive reinforcement and targeted celebrations, and opportunities for staff wellness programs. Charter leaders also have recommendations for retention and recruitment strategies that they need the city's help with. For example, funding local emergency teacher certification and development programs, especially for high demand positions, would help put more teachers in the pipeline. Partnering with universities on recruitment programs would also help bring in new educators from within the district and keep them here. DC should increase its investment in grow your own programs to bring more people into the educator pipeline. We know how difficult teaching and leading schools has been during the pandemic, and we recognize that reality with city-sponsored increased mental health services we need to recognize that reality with city-sponsored increased mental health services for educators. Burnout is real, and we risk losing good people without these kinds of supports directed specifically toward educators. In addition, schools reported that, unsurprisingly, compensation is a major factor in retaining teachers. With rising costs of living both in the district and surrounding areas, living and working in the district isn't feasible for many teachers. That's why schools that provide competitive salaries, generous benefits, bonuses, stipends for training outside of school hours, retention bonuses, and periodic incentives are more successful in recruiting and retaining teachers. To continue doing this, schools need funding that keeps up with the rising cost in the city. The Social Security cost of living adjustment for 2022 will be 5.9%. Many schools typically match their own cost of living adjustments to this one, but unless local funding increases by that much, it will be difficult for them to do the same next school year. All the strategies in the world to retain teachers and principals won't make much of a difference if we don't have the money to pay them what they're worth. As I've said before this council many times, charter schools are nimble, innovative, and responsive at their core, and that has enabled them to adapt throughout the pandemic. We're doing our very best to recruit and retain good teachers and principals, and we've been successful, though there's always room for improvement. But we know that supporting teachers and principals in the coming years and adapting as necessary to make sure we're doing it right will continue to be important as we recover from the pandemic and ensure that all students are receiving the high quality education they deserve. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. The statement you just gave seemed to be different than what you gave us in advance.
It is the same. It's the one I gave you in advance is probably 8 minutes. So I gave you the 3-minute version, but all the content that I just said is also in that statement.
I was busy trying to find my place or your place. But if it's the same, then I won't ask for a copy of what you just gave us. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I do have a few questions. Ms. Bell, you said that one of the points you made was that the onboarding process is taking 50 days or more. Is that, what does that mean and why? Is that like 50 days I apply on January 1st and 50 days later I get an answer, or is that literally 50 business days?
Well, I don't know if it's business or school, calendar days, but it's Central just has problems doing all the checks they need to do in order for people to get hired in a more timely manner. I don't know why that problem is. You'll have to check with them, but I know it's an issue and they're aware of it.
Okay. Mr. Spate, this may be an unfair question. You're still there, Mr. Spate. You're talking about having more Black male teachers. I think you were emphasizing that male teachers made me think of the more broader issue of what I call school climate. And even though you didn't testify about it, it made me think about that. Are there other factors that could improve school climate? Because I think that's a major issue with the success of education.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I think a piece of it is just being open to have those conversations with Black male teachers in this space, right? That supports them to understand how to create that positive school climate and how to support that school climate in a way that still produces results for the children that we serve, right? And so what we want to do is that we want to not just have conversations about how to increase the numbers of Black men in the space, but how are we supporting them so that they can then support the school climate that you're talking about, the academic goals that we have for our school districts and so forth. But yes, I do believe that is an important topic. We need to dig into those conversations with Black male teachers and all of our teachers to make sure that we're really reaching the needs of our children.
Thank you. I'm going to keep moving here. Mary Levy, you've been studying this for years. Why do you think turnover is highest at our schools with the highest at-risk population?
Well, I think that that question is probably better addressed to the teachers themselves and to Scott Goldstein, but they have a harder job. I mean, there's just more going on that they have to deal with because low-income students need a lot more support. And I'll defer to others beyond that.
All right, well, since you invited Mr. Goldstein, I had a question for him, but why do you think, Mr. Goldstein, that the turnover is highest at the schools with the highest at-risk populations?
I'll be quick to make time for others. There's a study that I dropped into the chat that answers exactly that question. And what that study shows is that it is not because of the challenges working with students, but it is rather because of the types of policies imposed on schools with a high number of at-risk students are very different. And so there's a lot more mandates and much less professional autonomy and trust in schools with higher at-risk students. And that is why they leave. And that's what that study shows.
Can you put more flesh on that, more flesh on the bones?
Sure. So in these schools, there's much less professional autonomy. So they mandate exactly what teachers are teaching on certain days. They mandate what kind of assessments that they have to do. There's much less flexibility in the job, which is something that brings great joy to educators, to teach what you're passionate about and to have the professional trust in doing your work, as Mr. Telsra said before. And so when you're not given that, you're much less likely to leave that culture, much more likely to leave that culture and climate. And that study fleshes that out more.
I had not heard that before. So if I'm teaching math at school with a very low at-risk population, I get to teach it one way. And if I'm teaching the same course, math, same grade level at a school with a high risk, a large at-risk population, I'm more constrained in how I teach it.
What's communicated might be the same, but the actual trust you're given by the actual administrators in those schools and the messages sent from instructional superintendents to principals in those schools are very different.
All right. I wanted to ask you about flexible scheduling because I don't understand that. And let me explain. So I think that a teacher has to be at school before class starts, which I think is 8:45. It's been a while since my daughter was in DCPS. Because she's graduated. So the teacher has to be there before school starts at 8:15, has to leave at the end of 3:15, has to teach the courses, whatever the classes are, probably has to do a few other things in between. So where's the room for flexible scheduling? What does that mean?
Thanks for that question. There's actually a lot of schools that do this. In fact, right now, there are charter schools, maybe Ms. Hodge can elaborate on, that have flexible scheduling. So, and it actually benefits students. And what happens is teachers actually get release time from their full teaching load in some cases so that other programs can come in and be with students during that time. Students might have a half day on Wednesday or a day off on Friday when there's a lot of additional programming that happens with students while teachers are getting release time. There's also charter schools in DC that allow teachers to go down to 70 or 80% time when they have a child, for example. So they might not have to do those meetings synchronously after school, for example. There's a lot of flexible things that you can do. And what that does is huge increase in the retention of teachers who become parents so that they can manage those two things at the same time.
Just to add on to, just to add on to what Mr. Goldstein said, really having flexibility in schedules is one way to recognize teachers as professionals, right? So students need to be in school 5 days a week in most cases, but teachers don't necessarily, particularly if you think about things like block scheduling for students and students who are changing classes. It does take a bit of putting together some puzzle pieces to make all of that work and potentially bringing in outside partners to be with students during certain times of the school day. But for those schools that are able to have flexible scheduling for their teachers, they report great teacher satisfaction with that scheduling.
Now, I realize, Ms. Hodge, you're with the charter schools, but can a large LEA like DCPS do this on a per school basis as opposed to Central figuring it out? So,
I think that's a question for DCPS and what autonomy they have. Certainly the charters have the autonomy to do that, but I think that's a question for DCPS.
How about Ms. Hoag-Lyons? Can DCPS do that on a per school basis?
I believe they can if they don't, if central office decides that they're not going to micromanage each school. And if they give schools more autonomy, they can, especially when you think schools can have specific programs that can open up for more flexible scheduling, especially particularly at the middle school and high school level. And especially when we think about most of our teachers are between the ages of 25 and 39, and they have children. And we want to be able to keep them in the teaching profession by being more flexible, especially when they compare themselves to their colleagues in other professions. And we know that since the pandemic, there's been more flexibility about what work life means.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I know you got 7 minutes and 48 seconds. I hope that there's going to be some equality here. Let me get started. I want to, I'll start with Ms. Pope Lyons. Can you tell me more about RCTs and the impact and their impact on instructional time? And then I would pose that same question to our actual, to the other teachers who are on here as well.
Well, teachers have found that they have an alphabet soup of required standardized tests, and RCTs were introduced, from my understanding, this year. And they have them not just in math and ELA, they have them in all subjects, which in many cases means that teachers are constantly testing students, which means it's more time testing than teaching. And in many cases, RCTs were made for one-on-one technology. And in many of our schools, we don't have one-on-one technology. So the teachers are having to do this testing in many cases manually, which means it takes up more time. And many times they do the test and they have to score it and review, since they've done it manually, on their off time, which means they're taking a lot of time on the weekends to get the assessments in.
Okay, Ms. Fuchs or Mr. Telsbro, did you want to add to that? Or Mr. State doesn't have to do that. Yeah.
I can just add really briefly. It's also just not well designed. So like I teach 12th grade, and they gave me an assessment question in Unit 2 that was better aligned with Unit 4. And so if I was going to stick to the letter, I would have had to basically move some Unit 4 content into Unit 2, add some days to that, which is frowned upon. So I'd be off schedule. And then Unit 4, and it wasn't even testing the main standards. So like it just made zero sense. And I mean, admittedly, I adapted it so it would make sense, but that is a no-no. Like what I did, like technically I could have been reprimanded for. And that was just to do what was best for my students, because it made no sense at all. And I know I'm not alone. That's just one example. And I have to do them in 2 separate courses. They run simultaneously. The DCPS knows does. And there's a lot of overlap where like kids are doing the same RCT back to back in 2 separate courses. It just makes no sense. And so like, it's super frustrating, especially for teachers who want to be compliant, unlike me.
Can I add something there? To think that someone or anybody can write one particular writing prompt or mini project that is going to suit every school the same way is ludicrous. The RCT that I need for English language learners or students in my school compared to some of our application schools, which frankly, and this goes back to what Chairman Mendelson was asking about, the difference between working in a struggling school and say an application school. They probably don't even have to do these things, right? Because their teachers are trusted to, they know what they're doing, their scores are great.
Yeah.
But to think that you're going to have one version for all schools goes against everything that we know as teachers, which we are taught to differentiate and in the classroom. But then you're going to give me this RCT assessment and say, use this. And if I tried the first one, I tried to modify it to fit my students, and I had to modify that thing so much it lost all of its meaning. And like I was saying before, I can create my own assessments that are going to be better and fit my students, but you have to trust me.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know my time's coming up, so I'm going to ask another question to the panel. And I don't think I'm going to get to my question on teacher retention, but I know that, recruitment of more teachers of color, but I want to thank you, Mr. Spate, for highlighting and Scott Goldstein for the work there. I got a question for the panel. Which central office mandates are most negatively impactful on teacher retention this year, in your opinion?
Impact.
RCT for this year. Impact's always been.
There's some, like I mentioned, there are some special education, particular like requirements to comply out of different documents and forms that just shoot out of nowhere, have really high like demands on them, and then usually have no actual value for anybody involved.
Okay.
And can I add impact, because 54% of our teachers are brown and Black. And I believe that this city should be outraged that we are using an evaluation system that has been found to be biased and racist against 54% of the people who teach in this city. And many of the students that they teach are also brown and Black. And I can't understand why in a diverse city that we haven't decided that we have to get rid of this system.
Yeah.
Well, that would help with recruiting Black and brown teachers, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me just double check that there aren't any other council members right now. I want to thank each of the witnesses, and several of you, you said you would get us your written statement. Please do that. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your time. Ms. Babcock, your glasses were fine. So I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. I'm told that not everyone is present, but I'm going to go through the list. Karen Cassikert, Christina Hansen, Will Foley, who's a teacher, Sarah Lewis, Raymond Whedon, Kate Finley, she is Deputy Chief Academic Officer at KIPP DC. Alice Greer, Catherine Procope, and she is Executive Director at the Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science. Tyler Pittman, Patricia Sanabria, Ebony Marshman, I'm being told by staff so far, 3 of the people I called are here. Zanzo Dalili, and I'm reasonably sure I mispronounced that name. Zanzo Dalili is a teacher or teacher leader at DC Wildflower Public Charter School. I believe that's a brand new charter school. Tanisha Holder, Fraser O'Leary, who is the State Board of Education representative from Ward 4, or maybe I should say member from Ward 4. William Lyles, Laura Meistis, Nathaniel Day, Emily Gasoy, James Israel, Ashley Van Norden, Joshua Boots, Jeffrey Grant, Marlon Ray, Thomas Tock, who's Director of Future Ed, Dominique Foster, Brigham Kiplinger, who is principal at Garrison Elementary School, Kyra Social, who's a 4th grade ELA teacher at Garrison, Allison Kokoris, who's Chief Executive Officer at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School, Christy Edwards, who's a principal at Randall Highlands Elementary School. Cheris Sharp. Shameen Stowe, who's a teacher. Tracy Wright. Nicole Baum. And Rosalind Lake. Okay, I will call many of those names again after this panel. So I believe the first person I called who's present is Miss Finley, Kate Finley.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Kate Finley and I serve as Deputy Chief Academic Officer at KIPP DC. In my role, I work closely with the school leaders and teachers at our network's 6 middle schools to help make our mission a reality for every student. Providing an excellent teacher to every student, retaining those great teachers for as many years as possible, and supporting them with a dedicated and stable school leadership team are the keys to student success. However, the teacher pipeline is a significant and national issue, exacerbated by the pandemic and national labor shortage. While KIPP DC is proud of our efforts to recruit and retain excellent teachers, it continues to be a challenge to keep teachers for the entire school year and to keep our best teachers for more than 3 years. This year, we had to hire over 300 new KIPP DC team members, including 171 new teachers. And while we are proud that 89% of our teachers from 2020-2021 returned this fall, many teachers are burnt out, and turnover impacts school success and staff morale. We recommend that the council consider 3 new programs that could help all district LEAs. The first, develop a district teacher retention bonus program with a sliding scale that rewards teachers and school leaders who stay in the district for 1, 3, and 5 years. The program could provide those who complete their first year of teaching with a $5,000 bonus, their third year with a $7,500 bonus, and their 5th year with a $10,000 bonus. The program could be extended to include motivational gifts beyond money, like gift cards or trips to remind our teachers and school leaders how much the city appreciates their service. The program could also focus these bonuses and gifts on teachers who choose to work in the highest need schools and communities. That could encourage great talent to go to where they are most needed. We believe a program like this could incentivize education professions and encourage longevity. Secondly, invest in workforce housing supports for teachers. Living in the district is becoming more and more unaffordable for those who work in our schools, especially those new to the profession and making the least money. Many cities across the country have developed innovative ways to help teachers better afford to live near where they work. Newark, New Jersey is one of many cities that has partnered with developers to fund new housing units built specifically for teachers. There are regions in both Colorado and California where teachers have access to an interest-free loan that covers half of their down payment, which is paid back when the house is eventually sold. Generous housing down payment investments to make the purchase of local housing affordable could go a long way to encourage great teaching talent to stay and work in DC. Where these programs already exist, like with the district's landed program, more can be done to advertise it to eligible teachers and market it more effectively. As with our first idea, these supports could be equitably targeted towards those who choose to work in the highest needs schools and communities. And third, develop or help fund a district teacher residency program. One of the most important components of teacher recruitment and retention is ensuring that those hired enter the classroom prepared for success. KIPP DC has had a lot of success with our Capital Teacher Residency Program. This program brings in 60 to 100 residents per year and provides them with a year of mentorship, coursework, professional development, and hands-on experience in preparation for leading their own classroom. We recommend the council replicate that model citywide or help us and other LEAs increase funding for larger resident stipends. If the council did so, DC could likely attract more residents, leading to a stronger teacher pipeline and better prepared educators. Again, thank you for taking on this important issue and helping DC schools recruit and retain the very best talent to teach our students. I look forward to a continued conversation on these suggestions and to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Finley. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
Yes, we can get that to you. Thank you.
And I said this at the beginning of the hearing. The address for submitting statements is cow@dccouncil.us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Procope.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council. I'm the executive director at the Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science. We're a single site LEA located on the campus of Howard University in Ward 1 with 282 students in grades 6 through 8. This is, as my colleagues have highlighted, the whole return to in-person learning has been an uphill climb for our families, our students, our teachers, and our school leaders. And as directed, we drove at 90 miles an hour towards returning every child to the classroom, putting virtual learning in the rearview mirror, only to find the potholes of COVID-19 safety protocols, creating supports for children who have had limited social interaction with each other and their teachers for over a year. And the usual requirements that go with operating the public schools were larger than any holes that we usually see in DC streets, and they can't be taken lightly. So how do we make real fixes to these holes in our educational road? Well, here at our school, we work hard, as all schools have, to make our school a good place to work. And as much as possible, we've kept our salaries competitive, something that charter schools always find challenging because funding is a little bit interesting. We've provided professional development opportunities to our staff that have included paying portions of tuition for advanced degrees, paying for exams required for certifications like Praxis, and providing other supports to ensure teacher success. More than half of our staff members live outside of DC, and as was previously mentioned, because it's too expensive to live in the district. So that means they're commuting by car or metro, and with gas prices at an all-time high, coupled with the cost of parking, this becomes a financial burden for our staff members. And because we're not allowed to provide virtual learning options for students except under extreme circumstances outlined by the state, one of the things that we're doing as a school is working on a 4-day work week schedule to provide our teachers one day off that they can actually breathe. A solution we've also created here in our building is creating a Zen room, believe it or not, which provides mental health breaks for teachers during the school day. It's got a calming atmosphere, special lighting, some refreshments, and administrators, our school leaders, provide those breaks for our teachers during the school day so they can just breathe. And this is outside their regular planning and break time. Emotional support is critical for teachers, and it definitely affects their attendance rates, which are at an all-time low due to mental stress, and school leaders are substitutes in our classroom. Our school leaders also work really hard, and we're working hard to help them as well. So what can you do? Well, one of the things we did, we asked our teachers, and they said that one, they would like to, if the council could consider providing an educator parking permit that allows educators to park on DC Street for free during school hours. They also, as described before, want housing subsidies. And one last thing, and I'm looking at time, so I'm kind of skipping through really fast, wanted the council to consider some kind of support for student loans. That's something that is really a key sticking point for our educators. So again, thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Procope. We don't have a copy of your statement, so if you—
It was emailed. I emailed it to you.
When did you email it? When?
It went today, so it's probably in the email chain.
Okay, we'll look for it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ebony Marshman.
Hi, greetings, members of the Committee of the Whole, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on this subject. My name is Ebony Marshman, and though my career as an early childhood educator spans 8 years, it is in DC that my career as a public educator began nearly 6 years ago. Since then, I have worked as a public Montessori educator in the city, most recently in a public charter school in Ward 4. I would like to ground my testimony in a series of questions as we collectively contemplate this subject. What is the purpose and potential of school? As adults, do we believe it is possible? As adults, what do we believe is possible for students? Are our beliefs formed from deficit and biased mindsets, and do we believe in better futures for children? Do we also believe in children's ability to shape change, or do we hold the belief that children must be shaped, molded, and taught to comply for their own good? At its best, my work as a classroom teacher is joyous, loving, and full of wonder. It requires a commitment to learning alongside children while advocating for and providing the services and supports they are entitled to. Teaching is communal, relational, and intergenerational work that takes time to learn and practice. It requires discipline, introspection, preparation, and faith. Like students, teachers are worthy of safe environments to learn and grow within. At its worst, being a classroom teacher is a constant state of feeling like you aren't enough, like you cannot do enough, like you alone are responsible for serving and advocating for your children and families. It is feeling like your labor is valued more than your well-being. At its worst, it is feeling like a cog in a broken machine. At the end of the 2020-2021 school year, I resigned my position as a Montessori guide at the school I taught in for 5 years. And while the pandemic was a factor, it was not the reason of my resignation. Like many teachers in DC, I found teaching through the pandemic to be so incredibly difficult. But I want to be explicitly clear. Teaching in DC was difficult before the pandemic began. The pandemic didn't create the conditions that contribute to teacher and administrator burnout in DC, but it has exacerbated them. What was revealed in the pandemic is the extent of which teaching relies on lack of boundaries and teacher passion. This is wholly unsustainable. Last summer, when the country faced its many so-called reckonings, the things that arose to be reckoned with were not new to teachers. For example, the effects of trauma and stress on learners, the racism's toll on public health, think ACE scores, and the toll it takes on marginalized peoples to see themselves overrepresented in the threat of death, violence, institutional harm, and neglect. And yet we continue to prioritize performative aspects of business as usual. What is the path forward? Business as usual no longer exists. What do we choose to do now? Abolitionist teacher and scholar Dr. Bettina Love has described schools as spirit murdering institutions. As jarring as that statement may be, it is not one I wholly disagree with. Schools in the city, DCPS schools, charter schools alike, have perpetuated injustice, inequities, and harm upon children, families, and educators alike. Naming this is not divisive or even a stopping place. Rather, it forges a path forward. But we must do more than name. For schools to truly be committed to equity, A-Bar, to believe that Black Lives Matter, to want to create liberatory learning environments is to be committed to the very undoing of our current systems and institutions and the very foundations they were built upon. Are DC schools ready to release the harmful systems of the past? Are we ready to lean into this work of collective imagination? As I prepare to re-enter the classroom for the upcoming school year, what I'm exploring in community is the roles of teachers in challenging the status quo and upholding it, and how the schools we choose to work in contribute to how we show up, not just to work, but within the greater systems we are a part of. I want to work in a school I trust. I want to work within systems I trust, and in turn, I want to be trusted to do my work as a teacher. Teachers want to thrive, and we want to be accountable to our students and our communities, and in turn, we deserve our school environments to be accountable to us, utilizing metrics of accountability that do not simply rely or default to being punitive. It doesn't work for children, and it doesn't work for staff. Our collective thriving, teachers, students, communities, it is all interdependent. The institution of education has already been undone and continues to crumble by the day. So we must ask, what is it that we seek to build together? And if we are of the belief that to abolish the old and harmful systems is to imagine new ways of being requires too much, we must interrogate who taught us what too much is to begin with. DC educators are some of the most dedicated, committed, and studious and passionate people I have ever met. I believe in them, I believe in change, and I believe in us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Marshman. Zanzo DeLilly.
Yes, hello. So greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the subject of teacher and principal turnover versus retention in the district's public schools. My name is Zanzo Dalili, and I've been a teacher in various environments at the early childhood and elementary levels over the last 15 years. I'm a parent of 2 elementary children who have been gifted with exemplary educators throughout their schooling experience. I am also a member of the Ward 7 PLE board with PAVE. This year, my daughters have a brilliant teacher who manages to inspire, educate, and bring joy under the weight of the pandemic. I hope she feels as appreciated as she is. I hope she is as supported as she needs to be to stay so she can continue to work her magic. Over my teaching career, I have come close to leaving the profession twice, yet each time I find a new path that gives me hope. There is a better way to balance the demands of teaching with the joy of the craft. This year, I have watched as several of my dear colleagues have buckled under the pressure. One chose to leave her school mid-year due to a lack of support. Others are seriously considering this year to be their last. All of them have a deep love and affection for their students and the craft of teaching. Do you want to know why many teachers leave their classrooms? As teachers, our backs are breaking under the expectation that we are the mules of everything related to young children, yet cannot be trusted to do what we know works best. When we are bombarded with communication requirements, test requirements, data requirements, curriculum requirements, hear us and understand that we cannot measure and evaluate ourselves into a better system. Hear us understand that it is not accountability we are afraid of, but unrealistic expectations imparted by policymakers who do not understand that children are humans, not machines on an unerring path to content mastery, isolated from the messy process of growing into their best selves. What do we need to do to retain our best teachers? We start by listening to them and providing the support that they ask for. We provide them with space to cultivate their learning environment, which includes schedules and tests that are driven by children's needs rather than what is convenient for adults. We support professional learning communities so they can grow together. We acknowledge that planning in all of its forms, individual, team, and family, needs to be built into our workdays. We reevaluate the expectations and additional responsibilities we layer on top of them so they can focus on teaching and learning, their primary task. We funnel more resources into schools so they can hire enough staff members to support children and adults during a time when mental and physical health has taken a hit over the pandemic. We allow teachers to have the space for joy and curiosity in their communities. And we don't chastise or overwhelm those of us that are struggling. Instead, we listen first and then provide the coaching that is necessary to help them improve their craft. None of us are perfect and no one gets it completely right on day one. Teaching is a relational profession. To improve teacher retention, we need to improve our ability to not only listen, but to hear and act on what our teachers say that they need. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Ms. Khalid. Fraser O'Leary.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Councilmember George and Councilmember White. I am Fraser O'Leary and I am testifying as an educator. As someone who is about to enter my 51st year as a public educator, I know how important it is for our schools to do whatever it takes to retain our teachers and principals so that they are able to impart their experience with the next generation of educators. Our schools are currently in an educational emergency that has been exacerbated and exposed by the COVID emergency. Since all of our schools opened again in August for the first time in over a year, all of the people who work in the school buildings have been under an inordinate amount of pressure that has little to do with the actual education of our students. The administrative staffs of our schools are charged with so much paperwork that deals with COVID that they are unable to administrate and oversee their teachers. There was a promise made that there would be an additional member of the staff in each school to take care of the COVID-related issues. This has not been done. The absentee rate of faculty and the shortage of substitutes is an ongoing crisis that is wearing out the teachers and the staff who have to cover classes all the time. Teachers' planning time has been dissolved since they are called on to cover classes. Many of the administrators are called on to cover classes, and this affects the smooth management of the buildings. Many schools are still in the process of replacing staff who left after school started, but are stymied by the teacher replacement process. Teachers, especially elementary ELA teachers, are especially overwhelmed with the constant assessments that are driven by data and do nothing to foster a relationship with their students. The RCTs do not help our students gain the critical skills they need. When I was a new teacher, I was fortunate to have a group of coworkers who nurtured me through my first years. There is nothing more valuable for a new teacher than having mentors who will share their experience and offer guidance. If the education system continues to lose brand new and veteran teachers because they are not treated as the lifesavers and the life changers that they are, then what has happened during the virus will pale in comparison to how schools operate in the future. Please do everything in your power to enable our teacher workforce to become once again a vibrant part of our community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. The next witness is Jeffrey Grant from Monument Academy.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. I am Dr. Jeffrey Grant of Monument Academy Public Charter School. We are the only residential middle public school in the city, and we target children who have struggled in more traditional schools. I want to thank you for this opportunity to have a voice in this timely discussion as we observe the changing landscape within the education profession. Unfortunately, too many people have previously felt that being an educator was not difficult and or challenging work. We all agreed that it is a noble profession, but it is not universally acknowledged that changing the lives of children and ultimately their families requires a skill set that is not as prevalent as many thought. The current pandemic has put an end to that foolishness. Parents want their children in front of professional educators after having to do the work themselves. Yet, schools have been expected to operate as if times are normal, while other professions are being given grace to stay safe by working from home every day or several days a week. In case some do not know, our staff members have families too. It has been a lift to get everyone on the same page. This work has school leaders managing personnel changes that are unprecedented in the field of education. School personnel are choosing to leave the profession or just retire, resulting in vacancies with the city in the middle of a health crisis that has limited the talent pools. We, the school leaders, also know that left unabated, the achievement gap will grow and ultimately crush certain communities, specifically the communities of color. There's always been a struggle to attract quality educators who are willing to serve school-dependent children, and COVID did us no favors. This past August, Monument Academy implemented a vaccination mandate for all staff members to ensure our vulnerable residents can be unmasked for a portion of their wake time. Remember, we're a residential school. 7 staff members chose to leave the organization over getting vaccinated. We were now tasked with finding persons willing to uproot their lives and move into the school as student life advisors, allowing the school to continue to provide academic and residential services unimpeded. By modifying our organizational structure and taxing our budget more than expected, we were able to fill most of the positions. However, there are several staff members now wearing more than one hat. It goes without saying that we need to invest more into the education profession. Attracting top-level talent is the panacea for the learning loss occurring in an overwhelming number of schools. Demonstrating to educators that we value their knowledge and their lives by investing in them through higher salaries, quality professional development, and true engagement on decision-making will guarantee that extraordinary people enter and remain in the profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. Marlon Ray.
Good afternoon. My name is Marlon Ray, Ward 8 resident and former DCPS Director, Strategy and Logistics at Boone Elementary for 14 years. DCPS strategic priorities for 2017 through 2022 is striving for both excellence and equity, yet excluded is language reference leadership. After surveying numerous educators, it is no secret low retention and high turnover issues come from unequivocally the lack of great leadership and removal of great leadership. In my 18 years with DCPS, I have experienced bias, discriminatory, and dysfunctional leaders. We need great leaders. Neither satisfactory nor average school leaders inspire greatness. Great school leaders empower and grow highly effective cafeteria staff, custodians, support staff, paraprofessionals, front office, teachers, and administrators, and as a result, ensuring an excellent school. Every leader wants to be great, yet too often fail to stop and first look directly into the mirror, overlooking their own deficiencies, such as continuously seeking to blame someone, an overpowering culture of compliance, failed culture of investment, failure to grow people, lack of taking personal ownership, working in a silo, et cetera, et cetera. An example of failed leadership was unequivocally evident in the March 2020 termination of 2 great principals from Southeast DC under the DCPS Cluster 2 instructional superintendent during this unprecedented pandemic. One school principal was my former school leader at Boone Elementary, Dr. Carolyn Jackson King. She rightfully so pushed back on a taxpayer-funded program entitled Relay, a nationally controversial program that is not research-based and possessed elements that are blatantly racist and militaristic. Dr. Jackson King, who established a legacy of success through student achievement gains, building engagement excellence amongst parents, students, and staff, moved Boone OSCE's school rating from 2 to 3-star rating. In addition to removal of the school principal, all the males in leadership were removed from Boone Elementary. Under Boone's former principal, the entire Boone staff were empowered to lead, know they were appreciated, and knew their voices would be heard. Everybody had a place at the table. That's the great leadership DCPS is awaiting. Solutions. What great leaders help you know? Great leaders help you know your why and purpose, and deeply rooted in the endeavor of love is not just a job. It is not just a job. We need greater DC senior leadership investment and immersion. The best way to learn a foreign language is through full immersion. Too many DCPS senior leaders have little to no investment in DC and zero immersion into the 8 wards and the 131 leaders in the 131 neighborhoods that make up DC public students. Too many senior leaders earn more than the mayor, own a home in Maryland or Virginia, kids don't attend DC schools, and their money is never cycled once through the district. In contrast, I own, live, work, and buy in Ward 8. I know the struggles of my school families because I too experience many of the same systemic issues facing Ward 8 residents. The experience of living in a food desert, lack of inadequate city services, and a plethora of issues that impact our school parents and students daily impact me too. Finally, the district leadership framework must firmly adopt my personal mantra. Leadership is not about being in charge. Leadership is about taking care of those in your charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. I'm looking to see if Thomas Tock is here. I don't think he is. Brigham Kiplinger.
Good afternoon. This is my 8th year in DCPS and my 5th year as a principal and at Garrison Elementary School. Prior to DCPS, I spent 11 years in the charter school sector in DC. This is my hometown, and I'm honored to share how I believe we can best attract and retain the most talented and committed educators to do this most important work. I became a principal after completing DCPS's former leadership development program, the Mary Jane Patterson Fellowship, which was among the most challenging and formative learning experiences of my life. I was sorry to see this program end 2 years ago, and I hope that its best elements can be woven into future DCPS leadership development efforts. These first 5 years at Garrison have been quite a journey as we've transformed from an under-enrolled and low-performing school in 2017 to now among the fastest growing in DCPS. When I think about why I've stuck around, a few reasons stand out. Number 1, people. Number 2, innovation. And number 3, compensation. First, people. Garrison has become my school family. When you are surrounded each day by family, it's hard to leave. Schools that honor staff and support their well-being as whole people tend to keep them longer. Finally, I've been blessed by great mentorship in DCPS, from fellow principals to a string of exceptional instructional superintendents to DCPS senior leadership who have invested in my development and retention in many ways. Number 2, innovation. Relative to the charter sector, DCPS is not traditionally known for its innovation, but I've been pleased to learn firsthand that this reputation is outdated and that plenty of exciting innovation is happening in DCPS. For example, Garrison participates in DCPS's School Design Lab, which applies the principles of equity by design thinking to test new approaches to joyful and rigorous teaching and learning. We also partnered last year with Empower Ed to develop our staff's shared leadership of professional learning and other school initiatives. We are members of the Whole Child Collaborative, a group of 6 schools led by Van Ness Elementary School that are focused on implementing a whole child well-being model. And another of our most formative learning journeys has been in conjunction with the DC Reading Clinic, which has helped us to transform the way we've taught foundational literacy to better align with the science of reading. DCPS has provided us the space and resources to do this kind of action research and to share and scale our learning across the way, along the way. This agency to innovate helps us to attract and retain top performers, especially veteran teachers looking to continue to grow their practice, such as the one you'll hear from in just a moment, and is essential to DCPS's ability to compete with the charter sector and to grow high-performing schools. And third and finally is compensation. Yes, money. Education is difficult, mission and values-driven work, and most educators do not get into it for the money. That said, when done right, teaching is literally brain surgery and deserves to be compensated as the highly skilled profession that it is. Combined with the recent move to multi-year principal contracts, our compensation helps us to attract and retain top talent. So I hope what you've heard from me is a strong vote for continuing to invest heavily in attracting top talent, giving them the freedom and support to innovate, and holding them to high expectations for student learning. Great people become force multipliers and create an upward pull that spirals beyond sight, changing the life paths of generations of children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kipling. And you know, I visited your school, and I'm very impressed with how your school is not the school that DCPS wanted to close roughly 8 years ago.
Thank you.
You've done a lot of great stuff there. So
Thank you.
Ms. Social, Kira Social.
Hello, my name is Kiara Social, and this is my 4th year teaching 4th grade reading and writing at Garrison Elementary School. Prior to Garrison, I taught for 7 years in a DC public charter school. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon on why I continue to choose Garrison and DCPS. Some factors that have kept me here over the last several years have been our commitment to race and equity work, compensation, content area support at my school, and commitment to a strong school culture. Since I've started my teaching career, my role as a Black woman teaching mostly Black and Brown students has been of utmost importance to me. I value teaching within a district that allows and encourages me to bring my full self and experience to my students each day. Although I believe all students deserve this, I know that this is not the case at many schools around our country today. At Garrison, we have continued to try to grow our knowledge and practice around race and equity through many avenues, such as continued discussions with staff and families, having those hard conversations, book studies, and evaluating our curricula. Compensation was a major factor that drew me to DCPS and why I continue teaching at DCPS. We all know the job title of teacher is just an umbrella with many, many, many roles that we play underneath, especially throughout this pandemic. The competitive teacher salary here is also attractive for many teachers. Ensuring that all students are equipped with the ability to read well and think critically has been a top priority of mine. The professional development I've received at my school through my instructional coach has helped me on my path to reaching this goal. Our LEAP sessions are well planned and aligned to our curriculum with opportunities to collaborate with other teachers, which makes it easier year after year with our students. The coaching and feedback cycles give me real-time feedback and strategies to improve my practice even just the next day. And especially having a content expert in the building every day who's ready to hop in and teach or help me problem solve at any moment is invaluable, and I do not take that for granted. Finally, what also keeps me here is the joyous and inclusive culture we are committed to creating for our students, families, and staff. We want to provide a rigorous experience for our students, but not in the absence of fun experiences that come along with being in elementary school. Through our work with the Whole Child Collaborative, we are constantly evaluating our practice and culture, how it's received by students, staff, and families, and pivoting to try to be better each semester because we know we're never 100% reaching the mark. Our world continues to rapidly change, so working in a school that is also committed to growing and changing is what keeps me excited to return and do the work each year. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Social. Thomas Tuck. Sorry, I skipped you earlier.
Sorry, I was muted. No worries, and thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for the chance to testify today. Give me 1 second. Sorry. I'm director of Future Ed, which is a Georgetown University-based education think tank where we write extensively about human capital systems in public education. And as many of those testifying this afternoon have suggested, teaching and school leadership is very demanding under any circumstances and can be particularly trying in neighborhoods gripped by poverty. And the pandemic, of course, has made added additional stressors. A pre-pandemic study of a dozen urban school districts found teacher turnover rates ranging from 36% to 57% among teachers in the first 5 years of the profession. DCPS's 5-year attrition rate is 40%. Research has also found that the main drivers of teacher turnover to be lack of principal support, unsafe working conditions, lack of professional opportunities, and insufficient compensation. Teachers also leave to relocate with spouses, rear children, or exchange careers, and union negotiated staffing policies permitting senior teachers to claim vacancies throughout districts encourage turnover in challenging schools as teachers with seniority migrate to more appealing campuses. For principals, turnover is often a result of insufficient central office support and a lack of autonomy, as we've heard today, over staffing, budgets, and instruction. Importantly, not all turnover is equal. Between the 2017-18 and the 18-19 school years, for example, retention among DCPS's minimally effective teachers was 47%. Retention among highly effective teachers was 96%, and they made up 43% of the district's teaching force compared to 3% for minimally effective teachers. Highly effective and effective teachers together comprised 85% of the DCPS teaching force, and their retention rate was 93%. Retaining good teachers helps students more than retaining underperforming educators. And DCPS's statistics are not an accident. DCPS has implemented several smart strategies for enhancing both the recruitment and the retention of top teachers. It moved up the annual hiring cycle to take advantage of the fact that the strongest teachers are typically hired early in the cycle, even giving departing teachers a $1,000 bonus for announcing their departure by April 1st. It recruits aggressively, both locally and nationally. Charter schools have been known to take their teachers' email addresses off their schools' websites to make it harder for DCPS to contact them. It has implemented a state-of-the-art hiring process that research has found to yield stronger teachers who tend to stay in the district's classrooms longer. It has developed an ambitious school-based teacher professional development system that signals the district's commitment to quality instruction. It has established a path to professional advancement through a career ladder and teacher leadership opportunities, such as serving as new teacher mentors, serving on curriculum committees, and evaluating teacher candidates under the new hiring system. And it has raised compensation and targeted highly effective teachers for annual bonuses and long-term salary increases, allowing the district's best teachers to earn upwards of $140,000 a year, plus generous benefits and time off. Research has found these steps to be effective in attracting and retaining talented teachers. Finally, it's important to disaggregate educator turnover data rather than merely focus on top-line numbers. We know, for example, that 26% of DCPS teachers employed during the 2016-17 school year did not return to the same school, and importantly, the same school in the following year, 17-18. But 2% of those teachers were fired for poor performance. Another 5.5% left voluntarily, after receiving less than satisfactory performance ratings, and 12% moved to other DCPS schools through voluntary transfers or promotions. That means that only 6.5% of the district's effective teachers exited the district voluntarily that year. Although it's not great for a school to lose over a quarter of its teachers in a single year for any reason, these statistics suggest the district as a whole has an attrition story that's different and frankly more positive than the top line numbers would suggest. Thanks very much for the chance to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Tuck. Allison Kikoris.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. I have a longer testimony that I have submitted to you there in writing, and I will share within my 3 allotted minutes some of the highlights of that testimony. But first, about the Carlos Rosario School, we are a Tier 1 public charter school and a national model in immigrant integration supports in adult basic education and workforce development. We've enrolled more than 2,000 adult students each semester. We are supporting building bridges to a living wage through English language classes, workforce certification classes in DC's most high demand industries, including healthcare, IT, hospitality, and the education field. Highly diverse school, 70 different countries represented amongst all of our students, speaking 40 different languages. Our students reside in all 8 wards of the district and range in age from 16 to 80 and beyond. And more than 60% of our students themselves are parents of school-aged children. And the community that we serve have been among those most impacted by this COVID-19 crisis, dealing with unemployment, high rates of infection, threats to housing stability, and food insecurity. In response to our student requests, we are operating with 3 instructional modalities during this year: hybrid, in-person, and virtual, with about 65% of our students enrolled in our hybrid operations. And related to faculty and principal retention, I'd like to share with you some of the challenges, successes that we've observed, and some suggestions that we do have for the council to consider. Our school's overall staff turnover rate has been relatively low at about 9.6%. Our teacher turnover rate trends around 11 to 12% and has remained at that level throughout the pandemic. Successes. Our efforts to create the conditions for relatively low turnover include structural and systemic strategies such as competitive total compensation, including tuition reimbursement, general health care benefits, robust professional development and coaching, and a pipeline supporting para-educators to move into the classroom as classroom teachers. We also attribute this retention to elements of organizational culture, including extending significant grace during this incredibly personally and professionally taxing time that we're in, and intentionally sharing information, sharing it frequently on the evolving pandemic and its impacts on the classroom for our teachers, and ample times for them to surface their questions. Challenges we faced in part over the past 2 years include a significant increase in the complexity and difficulty of the job of being a classroom teacher, which I know you have heard about today. You'll see within my testimony a detailed case study of one of our longtime master teachers, 3 decades long career, who has said this is the most challenging year of her entire teaching career. And you will see details on why it is that she has found that to be so within my written testimony. And in closing, we urge the council, as you are looking at how to be of further support, to consider educator initiatives such as housing subsidies and tax credits, education stipends, supporting a pipeline of our educators into education administration, opportunities to collaborate across the District of Columbia, maybe in ways that will lighten our teachers' loads, and also to bring full funding to adult schools, bring it to the level that is recommended within the adequacy studies so that we can adequately staff for the continued efforts of the pandemic. And I thank you so very much for the opportunity to testify and for all of your support.
Thank you, Ms. Kokoris. Christy Edwards.
Good afternoon.
My name is Christy Edwards, and I'm the principal of Randall Highlands Elementary School. In the past 12 years with DCPS, I've had the opportunity to serve as a teacher, instructional coach, assistant principal, principal, and mentor principal. Through the years, I've been provided an opportunity to develop my skills as a leader through a variety of venues. One that has been most impactful was the pairing of instructional superintendents that worked as thought partners to develop leaders and to partner with cluster schools that would build collaboration. This allowed leaders to develop not just independently, but collectively while pursuing school and district-wide goals. This exchange created a pathway for more intentional instructional conversations that created camaraderie and fellowships among leaders. This is something that allowed me to see myself through others' lenses and have like-minded individuals support my growth. Additionally, the resources that have been provided, such as serving on the Chancellor's Principal Advisory, being acknowledged during Principal Appreciation Week, participating in professional development sessions, and being recipients of the Standing Ovation Awards, has provided motivation to continue this track with my fellow colleagues. As a leader working in a district with so many voices, the willingness of the district to hear mine and allow for me and my colleagues to share our views and work towards change has created a welcoming space. I'm pleased to be a part of the DCPS leadership team and look forward to continuing this journey. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Cheris Sharp. Is Ms. Sharp here?
Hi, yes, I am. Sorry, I wasn't in the panel yet. So,
good afternoon.
Greetings. All right, thank you. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council and staff. My name is Cheris Sharp. I'm the Executive Director of Latin American Montessori Bilingual Public Charter School. We are in year 19 of providing a unique education to DC families, growing this year to serve 533 pre-K 3 through 5th grade students at campuses in wards 4 and 5. Our combination of Montessori and bilingual instruction builds independence and executive function while expanding each child's awareness of the rich cultures of our community. We deeply appreciate the attention the council is giving to this matter, and we want to highlight that this issue, like so many, was not created by COVID. It was just made worse. The loss of morale among teachers mirrors the loss of instruction for our students, and they are deeply connected in the impact on all, but particularly on our communities with the greatest needs. We see this in every data analysis. LAM's staffing challenges are unique in that the ideal teacher has Montessori training, typically an 18-month process, along with experience in a Montessori classroom in public education, along with the ability to communicate in both Spanish and English. When we find these incredible people, we like to hang on to them. Our recent efforts to do so include raising and aligning teacher salaries with an eye towards equity. We intend to do more as funding allows, and any help with this would be greatly appreciated. Focusing on staff wellness with everything from yoga classes to starting staff meetings with a mindfulness activity, supporting staff by acknowledging that we have had to teach in a way that is contrary to best practices, particularly for young children. But these are only short-term fixes. People burn out not when the work is hard, but when it is impossible. For educators, it's impossible to ensure all children are at or above grade level when the deficits that many of them start with are so significant. Whoa. We know that the stresses from systemic racism and poverty experienced by students and their families are significant contributors to the gaps that we all see in growth and learning. Educators feel that the responsibility for closing these gaps falls almost entirely to us, yet our efforts can only do so much. For instance, when the pandemic hit and we went into virtual learning, one of the questions asked of schools was, what are you doing to ensure all students are connected? We, like so many schools across the world, were madly ordering and distributing Chromebooks and hotspots, and we know that many government agencies here in DC and all over worked really hard to help us. However, it would have been a lot easier if the infrastructure were already in place to provide consistent broadband access to all areas of the city. Keeping great teachers and principals in our schools will happen when we feel that we can be successful at what we do. When children and families are supported throughout the system, then schools will be able to fulfill their promise. We are more than willing to be partners in this work, but we cannot shoulder it all. This is a systemic issue that requires a systemic response, and it's time to leverage the pandemic to accelerate the change that we need. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp. Jameen Stowe.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and good afternoon, Council, DC Council. My name is Jameen Stowe. I am a special education teacher in a self-contained medical and educational supports classroom at School Within School at Golding. I have worked for DCPS for 8 years and have been at my current school for 6. The reason I have stayed at DCPS is because of the leadership at my school. My principal has been very supportive and always encourages me to push forward when I feel as though it's too overwhelming. I'm always able to come and speak with him regardless of how big or small the topic is, and he is not judgmental. Knowing this, my anxiety and worries are put to ease. With teaching a self-contained classroom, I can build close-knit relationships with my families because of the student-teacher ratio. This allows me to perfect my craft, and the parents of my students trust that I'm challenging their children both academically and socially. When I first started DCPS, I was just a teacher and did not think this would be a long-term career. But as time went on and I was able to develop my craft of teaching through instructional coaching, weekly planning meetings, and feedback from my observations, I have been able to say I love what I do and have become more confident in my teaching skills. Through collaboration with my colleagues and attending district-wide professional developments, I have been placed in a leadership role in my school where I'm the LEA representative for all initial special education referral requests, where I can collaborate with parents and thoroughly explain the special education process. Compensation has played a reason in me staying, but if a teacher is at a school where they feel unsupported, their well-being and peace of mind overrules money. My time at DCPS has had its challenges, but with a supportive administrator and colleagues that I can come to for help has truly been a blessing and the reason I continue to stay with DCPS. I thank you for this time and opportunity.
Thank you very much. Rosalind Lake.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for having me, and I'm sorry I missed it when you guys first called me. I was teaching. I am a community member. I'm a Spanish teacher at the Seed School of Washington, D.C., and I'm an opportunity fellow with Empower at DT. I am here to advocate for equitable, holistic education in Washington, D.C. Education to me is human development at its core. We are all human, and therefore I know that we all value finding joy in education. Many of our young people in DC are not longer finding joy in this process. Teachers are not finding joy. I know principals are not finding joy. I know school leaders are not finding joy. I know there's tension and pressure in the system right now, but there's no joy in the process of learning, and that truly concerns me because we are building the next generation of school leaders. We are building the next generations of global leaders. Our kids are going to be representing the United States in the global community in the future. And we're not really, with the level of stress that we're giving everybody in the system, we're not building, we're not doing the work that we need to do. Every day, I question my ability to support my students in their journeys into adulthood due to the level of stress that they experience, that I experience as an educator, and that I've seen that many of my fellow teachers experience. When COVID-19 first hit, I was very concerned with what would happen. I managed to teach virtually with so much grace, but now I find myself questioning my ability to balance my own personal life and how I truly address my students. I teach Spanish, so I know that my subject matter, it's not as important, right? Because everybody cares about standardized testing and stuff. But when you get a child to enjoy and reinforce the skill sets in a foreign language, which is something that I've been able to do with some of my beautiful scholars at Seed, I'm able to see them learn through joy. My children are not learning through joy. I'm not teaching with joy. My profession before teaching was to become a diplomat, and my source, God, put me in Washington, D.C. to teach children in Ward 7 and 8. but I'm no longer finding joy. Each and every day I wake up and I question my ability to truly fulfill that purpose that I thought I had. And I'm advocating for project-based learning and equitable, holistic education through exposure across all of our DC school, and specifically with our children in Ward 7 and 8, because they deserve to be taught like global leaders, which is what they will be becoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lake. And I don't have a copy of your testimony. Could you provide that?
I will make sure I provide it. I just teach 6 periods the whole day. That's why I'm so fast. But thank you so much.
Yes, and that's fine. And the address again, and this is for you and for the public, to submit comments or testimony by email to cow@dccouncil.us. cow@dccouncil.us. I have a few questions. The first one is not super important, but I was intrigued. Ms. Sharp, in your testimony, you said that one of your strategies is to start staff meetings with a mindfulness activity. What is a mindfulness activity?
Something very short that just helps us all stop and pause and connect, like box breathing, where you breathe in for 3 seconds, hold it for 3 seconds, out for 3 seconds. We also do acknowledgements, so just taking a moment to acknowledge the good work that that each of us does for each other and for our students. There are other, they're just short bits to bring everyone into the meeting, especially virtually. It can be really difficult to engage otherwise.
Thank you. Ms. Social, you mentioned that your work is helped, or that a factor that you really appreciate is having a content expert in the building who's ready to hop in and teach. What is that, another teacher? Or
our instructional coach. So we have an ELA and a math instructional coach in our building. That's who I was referring to.
And the instructional coach is teaching classes or just spends the full day working with teachers?
What I was referring to is that if I need to, if I'm trying to learn a new skill and I'm having a hard time, she has no problem like jumping right in, modeling that teaching for me so that I can see how to then teach that as well. So she also runs small groups. She really just jumps in any way that she can, in addition to providing our LEAPs, our professional developments, as well as observation and feedback.
Thank you. Let me turn to the principal at that school, Mr. Kiplinger. Do you want to say anything more about the instructional coach?
Yeah, we believe truly that just like in all professions, to grow your skill and accelerate your skill growth, we all need coaching and mentorship. And so we invest heavily in coaching. We have 2.5 full-time coaches, one for ELA, one for math, as Kiara mentioned, and then a part-time for ECE pre-K, which is our assistant principal. And the coaches here are our force multipliers. Great teachers want to be stretched and pushed and grown. And so we've attracted amazing educators like Ms. Social from the charter sector, from other DCPS schools, and from wherever we find talent to be grown by our coaches. And that is the number one factor that has led to our school's growth.
So the coaches, 2 of them are full-time. They're not regular classroom teachers.
That's correct. They don't have a homeroom of their own or a full-time, full class teaching load. But as Kiara mentioned, they teach intervention part of their day. They model teaching. They do lab sites, that kind of thing. So they're teaching constantly, but not with a full class of their own.
I'm going to run out of time here and I have a bunch of questions, but let me ask you 2 more. One of them is, so you went through the Mary Jane Patterson Fellowship.
That's correct.
Without spending a lot of time on this, why did that make a difference? Why is that such a great way to become a principal?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's similar to a residency model that you would find in medicine, for example, where someone in med school is making hospital rounds and learning from more experienced school leaders. I actually spent the year at Mr. Ray's school at formerly Orr, now Boone, and learned a lot from Dr. JK and Mr. Ray over there in my residency year. And we spent shadow weeks with high performing school leaders around the district. We did a reduced version of Georgetown University's Executive Masters in Leadership program, the EML program that many school leaders have gone through in DC. And it was the greatest learning and growth experience of many of our lives. And a number of high performing DCPS principals are alums of that program. And I hope that some version of it can be resurrected.
So let me ask you one other question as a principal. There's an awful lot put on you, correct?
Correct.
I'm not looking for complaints here. What I'm looking for is some discussion about burnout.
Mm-hmm.
So either what keeps you from burning out, or what could the system be doing to protect other principals from burnout?
Yeah. What keeps me from burning out is the school family with which I'm surrounded. When you love the people you work with, it doesn't feel as much like work. It just feels like you're hanging out with your family and doing important work. I think many of us would agree. And what I think the district and with the city's support can do better is to sustain us through the pandemic, especially school leaders, is more COVID operational support. I just spent my whole morning contact tracing, last night contact tracing until 10 o'clock, and it's not sustainable. We were promised COVID ops POCs, which are tied up in the district's clearance process. There was a question earlier about why it takes 50 days or so to onboard new employees. For the same reason, it's a holdup in background checks and clearance. So that's a big thing that would help us over the remaining months of this pandemic.
Christy Edwards, you're also a principal. How would you answer that question? What keeps you from burning out, or what would you recommend DCPS do to keep other principals from burning out?
Great question. So for me, it's actually the ability to build our community. I think that has helped us, is that we have all worked together to ensure that the things that need to happen at Randall are happening, and that it's not just on one person. So my staff knows like what we need to do in the school. So we were able to like delegate. That was something that I had to work on doing, which was delegating, but also not burning out was being able to talk to other leaders. Having those sounding boards with other leaders within the community has helped me. So creating our own little network that we can get together outside of school. We can partner with instructional practices. Those things have been really, really helpful in us trying to create that camaraderie with each other. So those things help me not burn out, because it's not just me thinking about everything, but me actually being able to lean on other leaders in the school to kind of support what it is that I'm trying to do. So I don't have to think of everything that has to happen, but I'm able to go with other people and figure out things that I want to do.
Thank you. I'm trying to think, I'm a little over my time, but I'm gonna use chairman's prerogative. Mr. Tak, did I hear you say that the turnover for DCPS over a 4-year period was 40%?
5-year.
5-year. So if you measure over a 5-year period, 40% of the teachers who were there 5 years earlier are no longer in DCPS.
Correct. Those statistics come from the Human Capital Office at DCPS.
Now, I wanted to challenge you on this, because in your testimony, you talked about looking below the top level. So there was testimony earlier, and I'm going to read from it and then ask you to respond. The second myth is that DC is only losing our ineffective teachers. Thus, our turnover is a positive for students academically. This narrative is both wrong and damaging to young people. Of the educators who have left in the past 7 years, 57% have been rated effective or highly effective, with another 20% rated as developing. We might be retaining educators labeled highly effective year to year, but we're losing them over the 3, 5, and 7-year windows. Moreover, our goal should be to focus on the professional growth of developing and effective educators, not wish them to the door. We also know this number to be skewed. If an educator was highly effective for 5 years and then effective the year they left, that wouldn't be counted as losing a highly effective educator. Most importantly, all turnover impacts our students, their positive relationships with adult mentors who help them in ways big and small in and out of the academic setting. Now, I'm not trying to start a controversy here, but I just wanted to know your response to that.
Sure. Well, there's a difference between leaving a school and leaving the district. And the 26% that we hear and that a number of folks who testified early on alluded to is leaving the school. As I tried to point out in my remarks, a much lower percentage of teachers actually of effective or highly effective teachers actually leave the district than they do move elsewhere in the district, often through promotions into the roles that Mr. Kiplinger and others have pointed to in teacher leadership roles, which is part of signaling to the profession that they do have growth opportunities, and that helps them actually stay in the profession, even if it's elsewhere in the district. Certainly, I would agree that it's important to help teachers grow, but the District of Columbia is very fortunate and is atypical in its ability to replace lower performing teachers with higher performing recruits, because the district is a millennial magnet. People are moving here because it's a good place to live, and a lot of talented, well-educated young people of all races, I should point out, are moving into the district, and that is an opportunity that a benefit that the district has. It can replace people that it moves out of the teaching profession with better teachers, and that's a luxury, but it's one that the district should take advantage of and is.
I have one last question. Thank you, Mr. Todd. Mr. Ray, so in your testimony, you said, you emphasized that we need great leaders. That's a little bit easier said than done. So I kind of wanted to press you on that. How do we ensure we get great leaders? And then you also, in your testimony, I think I could characterize it as lamented the loss of two principals. One, Dr. Carolyn Jackson King, who'd been at Boone for, I believe, 7 years. And the other, I think, was at Kendall, am I correct? You didn't go into that in your testimony, but.
Correct.
Correct.
If I'm quickly address the issue on burnout that you addressed to Mr. Kiplinger and
sure.
Social, you don't burn out when you're under great leadership. You don't. The leaders will actually shield you from the chaos that may be happening with senior leadership above. For example, I worked from 6:30 to when the maintenance went home every single night, mostly every Saturday and sometimes on Sunday, because that was the labor of love, because I had a great leader that provided everything I needed, gave me great vision, great autonomy. And that was not just for me, but that was for the entire staff there at Boone Elementary under Dr. Carolyn Jackson King. So there was no burnout. Now that I'm no longer there, I now see how much I put into an organization, into one place that was extreme. But during that time under great leadership, there was no burnout. I loved to go to work every single day, even the Saturdays and the Sundays. That's a great leader. And how do you retain that? How do you get those individuals? You have to recognize it's instructional superintendents, it's the leadership. Leadership is from mayor, chancellor, deputy chancellors, instructional superintendents, and the school principals. It's for those hierarchies, senior leaders, to recognize what good leaders are and to keep those, to make sure they can hold on to those individuals and train them, and to make sure they give them all the supports that they need, and to create those great leaders.
So how do we do that, or how do we ensure that? So again, you mentioned two schools. You didn't give the name of the second, but I think it was Kendall.
Yes, it's Kimball, but I didn't want to go into that because I don't have no relationship with them.
Okay.
But that's the second school. I wanted to just speak on what I do know as a fact. And that was everything through Boone Elementary as an administrator there.
Well, I remember the controversy when the principal left at Boone.
If I can correct you, the principal did not leave. The principal was relieved. She did not leave, she was relieved.
Yes.
By the instructional superintendent of cluster 2.
So how do we prevent that?
How we prevent that is by better training of our instructional superintendents. I believe there was some bias, discriminatory actions gone on through that incident as well. So we have to look at our instructional superintendents. We have to look at our deputy chancellors. We have to look at that whole entire senior structure. That's where the dysfunction lies, right there. And it trickles down to every single person, down to our custodians, to our paraprofessionals, to our teachers. They are all overworked. They are all overburdened. They are all worked too hard, and they have got to do more and more and more every day because of dysfunction at our senior leadership realm. So we need to abolish, one of the individuals talked about abolishing the system. We need to abolish the system as we know it. And that is the utopian look at it, abolish the system as we know it and restructure it. But first we must dismantle the mayoral control of this school system. And I hope that can happen. And then from there on, we must have the State Board of Education be able to elect and appoint a chancellor. And also we have to be able to look inside the District of Columbia. District of Columbia has the highest rate of educated individuals in the United States of America, but we can't find Washingtonians. We can't find people in the district to take those leadership roles. We have to look a little harder and do better. The essence of it is doing better. We have to dismantle the structure that we have now.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. I'm way over my time. Give me just a second here. All right, you all are excused. I want to thank you for your testimony. I kept you a little bit longer, but I appreciate it. This has all been very helpful. There are a few people who signed on, or I shouldn't say signed on, but logged on late. And so we're going to call them in. Give me just a second. I'm trying right now, going over with staff who we think is in the waiting room. Well, maybe I'll just read the names. I don't think all these folks are here. If you are here, though, I'm not sure how you make noise. Karen Kasserkert, Christina Hansen, Will Foley, Sarah Lewis, Raymond Whedon. I don't believe any of you are here. Alice Greer, I believe you're here. Or you were. Tyler Pittman, Patricia Sanabria, I do see you. We'll get to you in a moment. Tanisha Holder, William Lyles, Laura Meistis from DC Prep. I think she was here. I don't know if she still is. Emily Gasoy, I'm told she was here, but then she dropped off. James Israel, Ashley Van Norden, Joshua Boots. Dominique Foster, I see her. Tracy Wright and Nicole Baum. All right, well, I see two folks. We'll keep looking to see if anybody else comes in. Ms. Sanabria, you want to begin?
All right. Good afternoon, Chairperson and council members. My name is Patricia Sanabria. Much of the testimony we have heard today is focused on what educators are experiencing right now. I'm going to share what my struggles were before and during the pandemic and what I think could help improve retention in our city. In the last 9 years, I've worked at 2 schools, one DCPS high school and one PCS high school. Having had time to reflect on my path to teaching, as well as time to learn and grow as an educator, I can tell you with the utmost certainty that I was grossly underprepared for teaching my first and second year. I completed an alternative certification program that began in the summer between my college graduation and the start of my teaching career. This program, which continued through my first year of teaching, focused largely on classroom management rather than instruction, curriculum development, lesson planning, time management, relationship building, or any of the other knowledge bases or skills teachers need to build before entering the classroom. Through this program, I was taught to prioritize compliance. Knowing that compliance was my priority in my first 2 years fills me with deep shame and regret. And some of my memories from those first 2 years still haunt me. To all my students in those first 2 years, you deserved so much better. Despite all this, when I told my supervisor that I was leaving at the end of my second year, she asked me what she could do to get me to stay. The next school I worked at was still challenging. I was exhausted all the time. I was making so little money, I needed to use 2 paychecks to pay my monthly rent. I often worked 60 to 70 hours per week, sometimes staying at school past 11 p.m. to help with events. But at this school, I felt incredibly supported. I had mentors who took a significant interest in my abilities and growth. My instructional coaches helped me with grading and creating materials for my students. I was offered leadership opportunities within my school, and I was routinely recognized for the work I did with my students. I ended up staying at that school for 7 years. And now, even though I'm a full-time graduate student, I'm helping out at that school this year, substituting one of the classes that had a teacher quit. So what can we do to ensure that teachers stay? We can invest in them and give them support. We need to invest in high quality teacher preparation, and we should consider expanding the Grow Your Own program that OSSE is launching this coming year and create more opportunities to help educators pay for comprehensive and appropriate education that will make them feel prepared and help them provide an education our students deserve. Once we have hired teachers, we should recognize their value not just through livable wages, but through staffing models that can offer targeted support to all teachers within a school. Finally, we can offer teachers mental health support inside their school buildings to help them process the stress and secondhand trauma they deal with on a day-to-day basis, which has been exacerbated by the pandemic. I hope you consider all of these solutions as you continue to address the educator retention crisis we have in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that, that would be great. And Dominique Foster.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I am proud to be a preschool teacher at Friendship Below Pearson Ward 7 and a Ward 6 resident. I also was recently honored to be named the 2022 DC Teacher of the Year. I want to start by saying that I love my job. I love teaching, and I especially love teaching at Friendship Public Charter School. I hope my reasons for this are instructive and might support changes that lead other teachers to love their jobs more and to stay in the classroom longer, especially during this time. First, at Friendship, I am trusted to know what is best for my kids and my classroom, and I am empowered to do what I think is right to meet their needs. I could probably earn more teaching in other districts, but I wouldn't enjoy this level of autonomy and the ability to make the decisions that are going to help my students learn. Teachers who are trusted to do good work and have the flexibility to do what they know is right, feel respected, will push themselves to grow, and will stay in the classroom longer. Next, at Friendship, I can be an advocate for my students. I can be a powerful voice for them, and I am expected to take ownership as a teacher over my scholars' learning. This is huge. This is a huge responsibility and a remarkable opportunity. My students are powerful. They are leaders. They are brilliant and bold, but they are also 4 and 5 years old. Teachers who can use their voices to advocate for their students and families will be more effective and invested. I'm going to say that again. Teachers who can use their voices to advocate for their students and families will be more effective and invested. Lastly, it is not unusual for a teacher to leave Friendship and come back a year or two later. And although there are many reasons for this, a big part of it is Friendship's established systems. It's a very well-run organization. Things get fixed, things get ordered, things get done. And I have learned that unfortunately, this is not true everywhere. Sometimes we take for granted showing up to a well-maintained school building with the materials we need, with working heat and air conditioning and copy machines, but many teachers don't have that. If we want teachers to be great and we want teachers to stay, we have to create the conditions that allow them to focus on their children and not have to worry about their basic needs. I have 2 recommendations for the council to consider. First, talk to more teachers. Talk to more teachers. Elevate their voices and make more decisions closer to students and classrooms, and not just the squeaky wheels, not just the ones whose voices are amplified by advocacy organizations. Develop a systematic way to hear from those who otherwise would not be heard. Second, protect the flexibilities that many charter schools flourish by and work to bring these flexibilities into all districts and schools. The established systems don't leave enough room for autonomy, trust, and advocacy. They are not accountable enough to the people they serve. It's hard for many to stay in the classroom under these conditions. Thank you for giving me this platform to use my voice to advocate for myself and my fellow teachers and for all the students and families who we have the privilege to serve.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Congratulations on being Teacher of the Year. I appreciate your testimony. I don't have a copy of it. Could you provide it?
Yes, I believe it was sent over. We'll make sure we get it over to you if we don't have it.
Okay, cow@dccouncil.us. Thank you. I don't have any questions for you or for Ms. Sanabria, but I do appreciate you joining us and getting your testimony. So you're both excused, and I'm going to turn now to the executive. And the executive consists of Dr. Melissa Kim, who is Deputy Chancellor for Social, Emotional, and Academic Learning at DCPS, and Dr. Christina Grant, who is the State Superintendent of Education in the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, otherwise known as OSSE. And while you're being let in, I think I need a minute just to get my act together here. So we'll pause. That doesn't mean we're recessing. I mean, I'm going to mute myself for about 30 seconds. Thank you both for waiting. I do want to just say to the public, the witness list and all testimony is available online at chairmanmendelson.com/testimony. Dr. Kim, I have you listed first. Do you want to go first?
Sure, happy to, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. I am Dr. Melissa Kim, Deputy Chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools. I am eager for the opportunity to speak with you today about the work that DCPS has done under the leadership of Mayor Muriel Bowser to build the strongest educator workforce of teachers and principals in the country, and to address your questions and solicit your thoughts on how to do this important work even better. First, let me begin today by acknowledging the incredible school leaders, our educators, and support staff who, in the wake of COVID-19 and unprecedented trauma of the pandemic in our communities, have been essential to ensuring that we continue to provide a world-class education for our students each and every day. I am glad you were able to hear from some of them today, and there are many more who wanted to testify but did not make it on the list. They have submitted their testimony. DCPS's core strategy for ensuring the very best education for our children begins and ends with the recruitment, selection, development, and retention of our most talented educators in the country. And they're right here in DC. A little more than a decade ago, DCPS was one of the lowest performing districts in the US with high teacher and principal turnover and low student achievement. Today, the Bowser administration has reversed these trends by engaging our leaders, educators, and the leading voices in research to make sustainable systemic change for retaining our educators. In speaking with many educators over the years, our educators requested 1, competitive compensation, heard some of that today. 2, robust curricula assessment that they do not have to create, so they can spend less of their time creating that and spend more of their time creating quality learning experiences for students. 3, accelerated and development up to opportunities to continue to grow and master their craft. And 4, time to engage collaboratively with their colleagues. As you will hear in my testimony, we have worked diligently to meet each of these requests through proven research-based approaches. And our results confirm that our strategies are working. While we have much more work to do, DCPS is proud to celebrate the impressive gains that we have made in teacher and principal retention over the last decade. Our teacher retention is up nearly 9 percentage points from 77.8 in school year 09-10 to 86.3 in 2021. As we consider DCPS within the national landscape, we're even more proud of the work of our retention work. In their annual report, the State Board of Education cited the recent ERS, Education Resource Strategy study of 6 large urban school districts, which showed an average annual attrition rate of 17%. DCPS was in fact one of the 6 districts in the study, and we had the second lowest teacher attrition rate of 13.5 of the 6 school districts studied before and during COVID. These successful results apply to our school leader metrics as well. Consider that over the last 3 years, DCPS has retained over about an average of 96 highly effective and effective principals. Additionally, in our commitment to supporting and growing our leaders of color, our data show that we have retained principals of color at slightly higher rates than white principals over the last 3 years. Today, I want to highlight 5 research-based strategic investments we're making district-wide in service of developing and retaining talented educators within DCPS. The first is robust professional development. DCPS is committed to ensuring meaningful opportunities for growth and development through learning together to advance our practice, or as you might have heard in today's conversations, LEAP seminars. Teachers have the opportunity to come together and share learning weekly that is content-specific professional development at every single one of our schools. LEAP seminars are led by assistant principals and instructional coaches, like you heard today, and we're proud to report that 247 teachers also currently lead LEAP seminars. So this is in many ways teacher-led for teachers. During LEAP sessions, educators focus on content-specific learning, such as phonics concepts related to the science of reading, as well as ways to positively affirm and deepen relationships with students. Second, we're investing in talent development and pipelines. We know that educators are more likely to stay with us if they have deep connections to this community. So we're prioritizing strengthening our local pipeline. Notably, we have partnerships with American University that will give DC high school graduates a full scholarship if they commit to teaching in a DCPS school for 5 years. And we're thrilled that Blue High School's valedictorian, Riley Campbell, is in the first cohort and she's doing well. We're also investing in additional development opportunities to include our teacher leadership program, TLI, which empowers teachers and gives them that flexible schedule to spend part of their day teaching and part of their day leading, supporting other teachers in that building. Third, we have targeted focus on recruiting and retaining diverse talent. The research is clear that teachers who share a similar identity as their students make profound additional impacts in student achievement. DCPS is seeing strong retention rates of our teachers of color, as the average retention rate over the past 2 years was over 88% for both Black and Latino teachers. Recognizing that 20% of our student population now identifies as Hispanic or Latino, DCPS is committed to increasing the number of Hispanic Latino educators by strategically targeting recruitment through diverse job boards and recruitment fairs geared towards this particular category, and to also include bilingual candidates to ensure that our recruitment resources are also language inclusive. Fourth, we're committed to celebrating our top talent. DCPS attracts and retains the very best teachers in the country, and we're super proud of that. Through Impact, we provide continuous feedback to both celebrate our highest performing school-based staff and provide opportunities for ongoing growth and development and additional performance bonuses. DCPS celebrates highly effective teachers with bonuses of up to $25,000 per year, in addition to having one of the highest base salary scales in the country. Overall, retention at DCPS has improved since the start of Impact in 2009. DCPS also remains committed to our multi-year review Impact, and we've already begun to make evolutions to Impact aimed at improving how Impact supports teacher growth and retention based on what we've learned so far. The stress of COVID, as well as the stress of being a helping professional and a critical professional during COVID, has absolutely taken a toll on the DCPS team. To strengthen morale and connect as a DCPS community, school leaders, mental health teams, and other invested staff partners have found ways to engage in stress-reducing activities to strengthen the connections and bolster, thus the stamina for the work of educating our students. This is absolutely hard work, and I am not trying to take that away. This is absolutely hard. But to support that, many of our school leaders are partnering with local nonprofits, such as Restorative DC, as many others, to provide staff with therapeutic wellness activities, including yoga, cooking, mindfulness moments, so forth and so forth. I have other examples to share later on. As a district, we aim to create the time and space for students and staff to have that sense of joy in belonging to one another and being a critical part of that school community. And at the same time, DCPS recognizes that we can and must do more to support our educators. I am proud to share more about a fifth targeted strategy specifically aimed at schools serving greater concentrations of students farthest from opportunity. DCPS was recently awarded nearly $30 million in a grant over the course of three years from the U.S. Department of Education to provide strategic supports to 1- and 2-star schools to recruit talented educators, provide equity-centered professional development, create robust supports for new teachers, and grant new performance-based incentive awards. Specifically, classroom teachers who commit to teaching in a high-need content area at a RISE, which stands for Rigorous Instruction Supporting Equity School, are eligible for signing bonuses, and RISE also extends performance-based bonuses to include teachers with effective ratings who stay at RISE schools and have a proven track record of success here at DCPS. Through RISE, DCPS also pays for all component and renewal fees for teachers to receive their national board certification, among other personalized career development opportunities. This is all to make sure that we retain our strongest talent and keep them within our RISE schools.
If I can interrupt, is this fully funded by that $30 million federal grant?
Correct. Now, I would love to shift to our efforts to support and retain principals. Of course, we know, and the research confirms, that having and retaining strong principals is the key lever for accelerating student achievement and retaining our very best educators. You heard a lot of that today from what our teachers shared. Serving as a principal is also demanding. In many districts across the country, especially urban districts, it's become exceedingly difficult to retain school leaders due to the pressures of the role. However, DCPS is making strong headway in this area. We asked our principals what they need to be successful, and they outlined the needs for us. One, again, competitive compensation and increased contractual commitment to the district. Two, one-on-one coaching and support from their superintendent. Three, direct support from central office teams. Four, differentiated learning opportunities to learn and grow. And five, additional mentors and learning communities for targeted needs. DCPS has responded to create better supports in all five of these areas. One, we know that stability and school leadership matters. We've asked our leaders to stay with us and that they matter to us every single year that Dr. Farabee has been in leadership. Last year, DCPS increased its contractual commitment to principals from 1 to 2 year appointments, while offering performance-based compensation on top of nationally competitive base salaries. Two, DCPS employs 10 outstanding instructional superintendents to provide targeted supports for principals and the schools that they lead. Three, to provide our leaders with support at their schools, we have created the cluster support model, which consists of central service team members that provide professional learning and direct services to our schools, including coaching our teachers, supporting curricular instruction, providing best practices and supports for special education, as well as operations and data system support. This year alone, the cluster support model team members have provided over 4,200 coaching touch points with the schools. Four, to ensure our leaders are developed in the newest research-based practices, we convene multiple learning seminars throughout the year, creating a learning community amongst our school leaders. This includes our Summer Leadership Academy, 4 leadership academies throughout the school year. And in 2021, we did host our very first Latinx Leadership Summit to target specific professional learning opportunities for Latino leaders. 5, finally, we know that principals ask for specific and additional support for targeted learning areas. In this spirit, we have engaged the School Club Mentors Group, which is comprised of former DCPS and school district leaders who bring a wealth of knowledge from their experience, serve as mentors for our school leaders. We currently utilize our leadership induction programs with Georgetown to train current school leaders and assistant principals for innovative leadership practices. These investments have yielded strong results. DCPS retention has principal retention, has significantly improved over the last 5 years, and year-to-year retention remains consistent in the 90th percentile range over the past 3 years. Additionally, the number of DCPS schools with one principal with tenure over 5 years has doubled since 2014-15, now accounting for over 44% of our schools. It goes without saying that steady leadership is critical to sustained gains and strong teacher retention. An example of this can be found in our redesigned schools in Ward 8 Anacostia and Ballou schools. Principal Haith is now in his 4th year at Anacostia, and the teacher retention there has raised 24 percentage points since 2018. Same for Principal Jackson, who's also in his 4th year leading Ballou, and he has studied the work there, and since 2018, teacher retention rate has increased by 26 percentage points. We have already seen dynamic results of this work with a 9th grade academy pass rating hitting an all-time high at both Anacostia and Ballou at 71 and 81 percentage points, and both schools made strong gains in graduation rates as well. Many districts around the country have made difficult cuts to professional development, technology, and compensation during this challenging time. Not here in DC. Mayor Bowser and Chancellor Farabee have remained resolute in the commitments to our families and educators, and we very much thank DC Council and your leadership for its partnership in that effort as well. With an infusion of millions of dollars in technology for our students, accelerated summer learning academies at every one of our schools, robust virtual curricula, and social emotional supports for our students, and the continued investments in our educators and leaders, DCPS is building and rebuilding from the pandemic stronger than before. While we have much more work to do, we are super proud of the steps we've taken and certainly proud of our people to build a diverse, talented, and committed workforce. I want to close by recognizing the contribution of every single DCPS school team member. You have risen to meet every challenge. Oh, excuse me, my thing went away. You have risen to meet every challenge during these unprecedented times to ensure that our students can be children at our schools so that they're safe and together, laughing and learning. It is because of you, the very best educators in our country, that DCPS schools are open once again, providing our students and communities access to joyful, rigorous, and accelerated learning opportunities. We know that our wonderful people in all of our schools power this work, and this would not be possible without you. And I fully understand and hear that this is the most challenging year we've had. I'm happy to take any questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Dr. Grant. Or is it Superintendent Grant?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, educators and guests. My name is Dr. Christina Grant, and I'm the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to appear before you today with my colleague from DCPS for this public oversight hearing on teacher and principal turnover and retention. Our teachers and school leaders have been nothing short of heroic throughout this pandemic. You heard some of that today. They have demonstrated poise and flexibility, shifting lessons to distance learning, ensured that public health protocols are followed, and have taken more than their fair share of new duties. Yet, for anyone that engages in this difficult work, this dedication and tenacity isn't new. The unwavering love and support for our children isn't new. The circumstances in which they've done this work, that's what has changed. Teaching is challenging, stressful, yet it's rewarding work, and it's done with love. We owe our teachers and our school leaders immense levels of gratitude and respect. Further, we will not be able to fully shift from recovery toward the restoration of public education in the District of Columbia after this pandemic without special focus on ensuring the well-being of our educators. Today's hearing on teacher and principal turnover and retention is important, and I appreciate the Council's continued focus on this issue. This afternoon in my testimony, I will share the work that OSSE has taken to ensure access to accurate, actionable, and accessible data on the educator workforce in the District of Columbia, and I will share some statewide data on teacher retention. I will also provide information on the efforts that OSSE will take to support educator well-being and effectiveness. OSSE is committed to collecting and sharing actionable data to inform policy decisions, empower partners, and communicate transparently with the public. In fact, when we did our public engagement on the DC School Report Card with the State Board of Education, this was the most requested data information from respondents. We have been clear that building a statewide educator workforce data collection system required some time, and we are pleased with the efforts that we have made and are proud of our efforts to be responsive to public requests. I would like to share with you some information about how our educator workforce data collection works. Annually in October, OSSE collects LEA educator data through the faculty and staff application, which is a data collection tool. Each LEA is required to submit data via this tool, and LEA leaders are required to clarify the accuracy and completeness of these data. Broadly, each educator has a unique faculty and staff identifier. We collect basic information, including name, date of birth, gender, and race. Each educator is tied to an LEA and a school. We collect information regarding whether the educator returned to or left the LEA and on what date they did so. We collect information about educator credentials and educational background. We also collect information on whether they teach specialized courses or special education. Finally, we collect information regarding whether the LEA believes the teacher is below effective based on its method for evaluating its teachers. For a full listing of elements in the collection, refer to the appendix of this testimony. Through this data collection, we can report out on information such as vacancies, student-teacher ratios, educator demographics, mobility, retention, and years of experience. In order to streamline data reporting from LEAs to OSSE, the information submitted through this collection is also used to comply with federal reporting requirements. I would also like to share some statewide numbers from our educator workforce data collection. I want to frame this data in 3 groups: teachers that are stayers, or those that returned as teachers to their same school; teachers that are movers, or those who shifted to teach at a different school or to a non-classroom teaching role; and leavers, or those that have left the educator workforce in the District of Columbia. At the start of the pandemic, from school year 2019 to 20 to school year 2020 to 21, 81% of DC teachers were stayers, 7% were movers, and 11% were leavers. Yet from 2020-21 to school year 2021-22, 74% of teachers were stayers, 14% were movers, and 12% were leavers. Our data demonstrates that there's increased movement inside the educator workforce in the district. More teachers are moving to other schools or to new roles outside of the classroom, but within the district's public schools. This is mixed news. It's good that we're not seeing a massive increase of teachers leaving the district during the pandemic, but there's increased movement within the district. This can be a positive move for educators, for example, a promotion or a move to another school that might be a better fit for them. Yet it does mean that teachers are leaving the classroom in their schools and going somewhere else. That can be a loss for the schools that they left. I understand that this is just a taste of the data that we will have available for this hearing today. Yet we think it is insightful to ground today's conversation. Further, more extensive analysis is right around the corner. Remember, this data collection is new, and LEAs just submitted this data to OSSE in October. Our data and research team is hard at work analyzing the numbers in order to provide a suite of products for the public that are insightful and exciting. In January, we will release a brief exclusively on teacher and principal retention. This short brief will provide teacher and principal retention rates for the past 2 years and is designed to help educational stakeholders better understand retention during the pandemic. In May, we will publish our second educator workforce report that will build on the analysis we did in 2019. This comprehensive report will include critical analysis about teacher demographics, equity, supply, and demand. Also in May, we will be releasing downloadable data files that will be updated annually thereafter. These files will include data on demographics, retention, years of experience, student-teacher ratios, and more information at the school, LEA, and citywide levels. Yet, as a state education agency, OSSE plays an important role in this work beyond data collection, reporting, and analysis. Although LEAs have the autonomy to make personnel decisions, OSSE provides a host of supports to teachers and school leaders. Through the Division of Teaching and Learning, we work to build the capacity of educators from pre-service to in-service through targeted, sustained, high-quality supports. We strengthen educator practice by providing research-based, high-quality professional development and convenings. Professional development is routinely advertised in our monthly Teaching and Learning PD Bulletin, the LEA Look Forward, the Public Charter School Board Wednesday Bulletin, DCPS newsletters, and in a quarterly catalog provided by OSSE. Trainings are offered at various times of days to ensure that they are accessible to educators' schedules. Due to the pandemic, our trainings have been held virtually, which allows for greater access. In fiscal year 21, we had nearly 5,500 educators participate in over 500 sessions on a host of topics. This professional development supports our overall retention goals. Further, as the first few years of teaching can be a real challenge, we know that it is important to engage and support new teachers early and effectively. That's why OSSE started a mentoring and induction professional learning community last year. We are also working to increase our mental health supports for our educators. In July 2021, OSSE offered the Educator Wellness Institute, which consists of 6 synchronous 75-minute modules for school teams to support them in becoming educator wellness champions in their community. And this fiscal year, we launched the Educator Wellness Technical Assistance Grant, which provides public and public charter schools in the building and increases their capacity to implement educator wellness programs. In these programs, school teams evaluate root causes associated with educator stress and develop implementation plans using a multi-tiered and sustainable approach. We also believe strongly that educator voice and engagement is important. OSSI utilizes a teacher advisory council that includes representation across both DCPS and public charter schools. The council meets quarterly to address relevant topics such as the development of our comprehensive literacy plan, educator wellness initiatives, our recovery investments, and other proposed and in-motion projects. We believe that this opportunity to engage educators is important and helpful to improving our work. Our application for the next cohort is live, with applications open through the start of 2022. The district's academic progress would not be possible without our truly exceptional educator workforce. Our teachers and school leaders make exemplary strides with our students, no matter the obstacles that we face. I cannot say thank you enough for their hard work. OSSI is committed to collecting and sharing actionable data to inform policy decisions, empower education stakeholders, and communicate transparently with the public. We are proud of the progress that we have made to collect and publicly share data on educator workforce in response to public feedback. Further, as the state education agency, the technical assistance and supports that the agency provides are so important to improving practice in our schools and retaining our talent. Thank you for allowing me to testify before you today, as I am a teacher at my core. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. I'll be on a 10-minute round, and I believe Councilmember Henderson is here, so we'll have at least two rounds, two 10-minute rounds. Let me start with OSSI. Dr. Grant, so you meaning your agency's been working on analyzing teacher and principal turnover. We were hoping you would have your report by this hearing. The report will be May, but there will be a brief issued in January.
That is correct. Thank you for the question, Chairman. We were in the midst of collecting data from all of our LEAs in October, and we're really thankful for the LEA's responsiveness in providing the data. For this hearing, we were happy to at least be able to provide information on teacher retention. And you are correct, in January, we will have a briefing that covers teacher and principal retention. We will then work to produce the educator workforce report in May of 2022.
Now I have a question here about how many vacancies are across the sectors. I don't think you went into that in your report. Do you have that, or is that something you should provide after the hearing?
It will be something we will provide after the hearing.
Okay. Your testimony states that 88% of teachers in the district were retained. They either stayed in a teaching role in their current school or in a new school or moved into different school-based role. I think you called that stayers and movers.
That is correct.
How does that compare nationally to other jurisdictions?
We are still below the national trend with respect to other jurisdictions in that breakdown.
What is below national trend? That we have a higher number of stayers and movers, or that we have a lower number of stayers?
We have a higher number of stayers and movers than the national trend.
And yet there was testimony earlier that the retention rate is lower than the national average.
I was listening through all of the testimony. I would want to step back and look at testimony submitted. That's a topic that we'll be covering in our briefing, being very clear about how our rates look in comparison to the national average.
One of the issues that I've noticed is that there are different ways of measuring retention or leaving. So I'll use the word retention. How many teachers stay in the same school 1 year to the next? How many teachers stay, but not necessarily in the same school 1 year to the next? And then the same data for, let's say, 3 years or 5 years. So I think I read earlier Empower Ed's testimony that mentioned 3, 5, 7 years. I don't think they actually gave the data. And I think, I don't know what years are important, but I do think that different data points, meaning 1 year, year to year, but also let's say over 5 years. We know, for instance, that principals, if a school leader is good, it's going to take him or her probably about 5 years to really get that school in a place where everything is just on all cylinders. So principal retention of 1 year, that's useful, but principal retention of, let's say, 6 years now speaks to that point of stability and growth in that school. So when you do the report, issue your report, you'll be looking at those different years, those, I hate to say years, I hate to say data points, but I think you know what I mean.
Oh, I know what you mean, and the framing of the metrics are important. There isn't a single wide national rate. Lots of jurisdictions report back their data in different ways. I would say we focus on stayers as individuals that stay teaching within a school community. Movers are individuals who might be in the same school, but they move into a non-instructional role. So a teacher could become an instructional coach or an assistant principal. They would count as a move. And then we focus on individuals that leave. The reason we are focused on updating our report in May is we will be able to use our own data on our schools to address the questions that you are raising today. We're consistent with other urban areas, but we reported on this last in 2019. And so that is why we are very focused on having a more comprehensive, in-depth report that looks at data from last school year and the information that we were able to collect from LEAs in October.
Why will it take another 5 months, 5.5 months to issue your report?
Because we are actively working on the process of building tables, doing the work. I should note for council and everyone that we took this data collection in-house. In the beginning of my testimony, I spoke about the process that we engaged with LEAs to collect the data. It is my understanding that that work was done in previous years through contract. OSSE is in the midst of investing significant resources to build out our own data infrastructure so that we can collect data from LEAs, have our research team analyze those data points, and then produce response and reports in response to requests both from council and public. I think it's also important to note that this year we'll also be producing the data files, which again has consistently been brought to my attention in this ongoing conversation, not just about teacher retention, but also the availability of data that is produced by OSSE. Because we will be releasing files this year, we want to ensure that we are taking the time to get this work done the right way. And we want to make sure that LEAs are provided with this information, because this conversation is directly connected to LEAs in terms of them being able to look at their own trends with respect to retention, strategies, etc. LEAs having access to this data will be critically important for them as well.
Well, I'm an impatient guy, and so I would love it if it was sooner than May. And does May mean May 1st or May 31st?
Chairman, we've had this conversation. I will say we can commit to mid-May. What I will say is we will commit to having our briefing before the end of January. So I will say mid-January on briefing. What's critically important for me, in addition to this work that is public facing, we are working to get this information to LEAs so that they can actually use this data to make critical decisions about their talent retention strategies. For those who have run schools, we know that January, February, and March, that's the height of talent recruitment season. And so it's critically important that OSSI release information to LEAs so that we can support their professional development needs. I can commit to May and hope that you will give me the grace to commit to end of May, acknowledging that you are impatient.
You said mid-May, now you're saying end of May.
I said mid-January, but I'll take mid-May. I will humbly take mid-May.
Yeah, I heard you say mid-May. Well, if it's May 1st, I'll give you a gold star. The superintendent isn't looking up.
Oh, thank you. There's a gold star. I was
Yes.
not expecting that at all. I was
Only-
looking at this retention data to make sure it was accurate.
But only if
Usually
it's
only
May
gives it to us.
I didn't know there was a gold star. Well,
But that's only if it's May 1st. I may send you some questions after the hearing. I do want to ask in the time I have left, were there certain trainings, teacher trainings that OSSI offered that were really well attended and really popular?
there were a range of trainings. I would say we launched special education micro-credentials, and those were popular and well attended. We also offered virtual coaching this summer for teachers, and those were well attended. In my testimony, I noted that we had 500 sessions that yielded 5,500 participants. Things I didn't talk about, we are providing resources to support teachers with reimbursements for their credentialing to make sure that they can afford the process to become licensed. We did stand up and I listened through all of the testimony because this topic is front of mind. We stood up wellness grant initiatives so that schools, LEAs could stand up different ways to support the wellness of their teachers while they're navigating this work. We are continuing to work, and I should say hello to the Teacher Advisory Council. They have been really direct to me with respect to things they need with respect to what can be provided by their state education agency.
Thank you. My time is up. I'll have questions for DCPS the second round.
Okay.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you all. Ms. Kim, I wanted to actually start with you. I think we kind of heard, I was listening a little bit earlier to the testimony. I'm curious about substitute teacher recruitment. I think across the country, jurisdictions have been having issues in terms of recruiting enough substitutes, but I was a little disheartened to hear from some of the teachers earlier that they felt like they couldn't take a sick day or, use one of their annual leave days because they just already knew that there would not be coverage. And so I'm curious in terms of how DCPS is thinking about substitute teacher coverage just in general, but in a way that makes sense, right? Like, I know that some people are sort of saying like, oh, well, get rid of XYZ requirements, but, I don't think we want, 19-year-olds as substitutes in some of our schools. So I'm just curious, your thoughts on this.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember. And it is true, DCPS is experiencing the same sort of human capital pain point across the country that we just don't have enough substitutes. And we are trying to be as creative and responsive and flexible to make sure that we grow that pool of humans. But to go back to that statement or the question, we are very openly and loudly encouraging every single educator and staff member that if they're feeling sick or feeling any symptoms whatsoever, that their safety and their health and their safety and health, the rest of the community is of utmost important to us, and we're asking them to stay home. So whoever that person was or wherever the school that they're in, I hope you're hearing from me directly today. Please, when you're feeling ill, stay at home. That's the responsible thing for all of us, and certainly a responsible thing for you and your well-being.
So I would say it's not always about feeling sick, right? It's not always a physical illness. It is I need a mental health day type of, like, I need to take a beat back away from, you know.
Which we hear about a ton as well, because it has been, I think all sorts of jobs across the country during pandemic is challenging. But as I said in my testimony, the job of the teacher is incredibly hard. They're holding the space for so many students. So it makes sense to me that sometimes you do need mental health, and mental health is just as important as physical health. In many ways, we're trying to teach all of our educators and students, they're intricately connected and not able to be separated. So for sure. But just going back to the specifics of the substitute pool, I'll just give you some numbers. We currently have 508 substitutes in our pool.
Okay.
Does not mean that they're always available every single day, though. That is as needed when flexible sort of job. And in that pool includes 181 retirees. Well, it means that they used to teach for us, so thus might have a stronger connection to a particular school where they've been teaching. And we, as you know, we're trying new innovative thoughts to think outside the box to offer extensions for retirees to come back and be with us, because our utmost importance is we want the very best teacher we can put in front of our students. And when it is not our teachers for mental health as well as physical health needs, having a former teacher in the classroom with experience with teaching students is, we think, our very next bet, which is why we are trying to compensate them at double the amount of the regular salary, while also asking every single community member, hopefully everyone watching, if you have a heart to serve and want to help in any ways you can, please sign up for a DCPS subpool, because we'd love to have you as our extended member of the community supporting.
Okay. I'm sure that you might have seen the survey results from the Empower Ed and WTU educator survey. One of the things that kind of stood out to me was that, of the, small, well, it wasn't a very, the in size does not just include DCPS, it also include public charter schools too. So I just want to acknowledge that up front. But the two areas that folks, or at least based on this survey, kind of said, this would make me reconsider leaving the classroom would be, the first thing was flexible scheduling. And then the second thing was higher pay. I'm curious what your thoughts are on that. I have questions, but I'm curious on your thoughts on that.
I appreciate the question. I think I agree. We hear smaller things from teachers. So one, in my testimony, I talked about our compensation. Let me just start with there, and then I can get to flexible scheduling.
Oh, no, you could skip to flexible. I used to work at DCPS, so I know y'all compensation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, but I just need one sentence of the council member is that,
okay,
we are the highest paying organization for teachers in the region, including the county schools surrounding us, because we do believe we want to put as many dollars into our teachers' pockets as possible, and because this job is hard. And we're really excited about that compensation. And certainly we fight really hard to make sure that our teachers' salary remains highest in that market. With that said, going to flexibility, a lot of the structures we've created in our schools is to also allow for that flexibility. Whereas all of our we have negotiated contracts with WTU that say in order for that all the teachers should have similar working conditions and similar hours. And there's lovely provisions in there that says, if you want more flexibility in that school, you need to make sure you have a secret ballot with teachers. 2/3 of the teachers have to agree. So these are things and processes that we have in place very much in concert with the teachers union, so that if we do want flexible hours, flexible scheduling, it is our CBA agreement names what processes we need to go through that exists. But taking the flexibility of hours a little bit more creatively by making sure all of our teachers and all of our schools have instructional coaches, like some of our teachers spoke about, that can come into classrooms with teachers teach for the teachers and give them time to observe other teachers or do planning, allows for that. We have instructional coaches at every one of our schools that are content experts. We also have teacher leaders in our schools that have strategically built schedules where they're still in the classroom, because we still like love and appreciate how skillful they are in that classroom. But also we have creative schedules where they're not teaching the full day like the full-time teacher would, and they're using some portions of the day supporting teachers as a teacher leader, leading LEAP sessions and or coaching teachers and or supporting with special education needs, whatever that might be. And we have several of those in many of our schools. So I think by having that and making sure that our schools have the necessary amounts of school leaders and so forth, by having built in those structures on top of classroom educators, even if that schedule is not as, some teachers start at 10 o'clock in the day or others, we can create flexible scheduling within the school day to hopefully meet many teachers' needs. On top of that, I think somebody else suggested that in some charter schools, you can, work, portions of the day just for the community to understand. Also in DC public schools, we have part-time teachers in our cadre of teachers for they need a part-time job, and we very much appreciate and value their skills and talents through different phases of your life. Some of the testimony talked about how young teachers may need more time to be with family, and they need not a full 100% employment. We certainly have that as well.
Yeah. Okay.
To work in our school systems.
No, that's interesting to hear. I'm curious, and this is for either you or Dr. Grant, something that I've sort of been thinking about. Are you aware of any jurisdiction in the country, sort of in K-12, that has sort of engaged in this idea around sabbaticals for teachers, i.e. like, you don't want to leave the profession, but you might want to take a year away from the classroom in a similar manner that we do on higher ed? Is anyone sort of thinking creatively around this?
I think as the field, and I'll start, and Superintendent Grant, you can jump in. As the field, I'd love to pull up a little bit, remember, and say, this hearing is super important. And I think in some ways the conversation sounds like some people are for teacher retention and some people are against. And I just want to emphatically state that our core job is to make sure that we have the very best teachers and we hold on to as many teachers as we can, so our students experience the joy that comes from having community with teachers. So there's no part of DC Public Schools senior leadership or school level leadership that does not prioritize that as one of the most important things we do. So with that thought in mind, we are certainly hearing about the Great Resignation, which is a term that goes beyond just the teaching profession, but across the country, about people thinking about what is it that we want to do, and thinking about 5 years from now, what will attract our very best and brightest to the profession of teaching, so that 20 years from now, we still have excellent results for students. And I think that conversation is rooted in your question of what are we learning about the work field and what can we integrate to that. We are actively learning about that. Chancellor Farabee is in many conversations with other district leaders across the country, digging into that particular question, as am I. And we are listening to our teachers. We want to hear from them, and the way this particular survey asked them very important sets of questions. We are doing the same with our teacher advisories. I join faculty meetings. We have lots of other ad hoc conversations with our teachers, and certainly Chancellor Farabee has his advisory. And we talk to and hire 200 some teachers every single summer to help create we want to do that. And that is in no way saying that's enough. We need to do more, and we're committing to doing more. But one of the things we started being able to do with RISE dollars, which then could potentially grow into other learnings depending on how this goes, is that we've figured out for the assistant principal role how we create these residencies. When you talk about this with our former work with Mary Jan Pedersen, it's how do we?
Wait, you never really answered my question. I said sabbatical, not come back to teaching. I literally, there are people who want to teach. They love the profession. They are burnt out. They need a year to do something else. In the same manner that we do for PhDs, in college, right? I have professors who are like, I'm on sabbatical. I'm taking a year to learn, grow, see something, learn something new, and then I'll be back in the classroom. Why don't we do this for K-12?
Councilmember, can I jump in for 60 seconds? This was raised with my teacher advisory council, and the way that the teachers brought it to my attention no teacher raised the concept of being gone for a year. They actually raised the concept of a sabbatical that could be leveraged toward a problem of practice in their school. So could they take a quarter off and be allowed to research a problem of practice and then contribute that learning back to their school community as an effort to stay teaching in their school community? So I did want to kind of acknowledge the spirit of the question. Teachers were not raising, oh, I want to leave for a year and come back. That is something operationally that happens in higher ed. They really thought through how could they leverage the school year in a different way, where if there was a problem of practice, or perhaps after 4 years of service in a school community, you could present a question that you would research for X amount of time and provide that information back to the community so that they could be growing and developing their school community. But it was one of the recommendations that was presented to me from the advisory council, and didn't mean to interrupt you, Deputy Chancellor.
Yeah, I think, thank you, that added a lot. I was just saying that from that assistant principal role, that we are taking them out of the work that looks like the day-to-day work. We could certainly explore what that could look like in teaching spaces, but where I was just stating that exploring that in assistant principal jobs, and certainly could expand that to other jobs. But to Dr. Grant's notions, we hope that we create more space between teacher and coach and teacher leader and expand those opportunities so teachers do not have to step away completely from teaching for a year, but spends portions of their day-to-day not in the classroom, and make that flexibility, give them space to do that problem of thinking.
I'm well over my time and I have to go to a vaccine clinic. Thank you to both of you, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Councilmember, do you have any more questions? If you're about to leave, I can give you a little more time.
No, I just feel like this is an area where we kind of have to think much more creatively in this space, and of course listening, because I think that some of the issues and challenges vary based on sector. For instance, right? I feel like some teachers who are in the charter sector perhaps feel like, okay, where am I building towards in terms of retirement, those kinds of things, because they don't have the same type of offerings that you might have in DCPS. It's a completely different conversation than what some of the DCPS teachers might be feeling and what they may need. So I say all that to say, I don't think there's a one size fit all approach, but I think we just have to think deeply and creatively about how we approach this in the next few years here. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Kim, you were saying in response to Councilmember Henderson's question about sabbaticals, it's something that you're looking at?
Yeah, I was just talking to one of the ways we're trying to be creative with the Department of Education investments in us is to think about specifically, how do we keep and retain teachers, the within school numbers that we've been talking about some today, particularly in our schools where we want to keep the teacher the longest. And so those are our 1-star and 2-star schools that we're calling the RISE schools. So we're investing all the $30 million that we received in that particular group of schools. And one of the things we're exploring is, how do we get leaders ready to lead in those schools? And we've created RISE residencies to bring some of our top assistant principals and get them a year of learning from our strongest principals across the city and certainly in those schools, to get them ready to go to lead those schools. And certainly as we think about that kind of thinking, that is what I thought of when council member was asking that question of like, what does that look like for teacher experiences? And with the RISE grants, we have paid for more teacher coaches than ever, specifically for mentorship of new teachers in RISE schools, as well as supports our teaching and learning in our RISE schools. And certainly as we learn and evolve, we can certainly think about and be more flexible in thinking about and hearing from our teachers around that concept. We also have been meeting with, since last school year, a retention task force of teachers. And so we've met with them for about a year. That process picks up again soon. And certainly that's a topic we can bring back to that retention task force of about, I think, 22 members, mostly teachers all across all wards, to certainly discuss that topic further.
Can you send us please send us a list of the RISE schools? I think you said it's all the 1 and 2 star.
Correct. It's 42 schools, all of the schools that were designated as 1-star and 2-star schools. And the essence of the grant that we wrote was to say, we want to do excellent work with teacher talent and retention and growth and development. And we want to make that happen, particularly in schools that are 1-star and 2-star schools, because we want to make it really attractive for teachers to go there, get tons of support there, and stay there, so that our they can create stronger communities. And I'm really pleased to say, council member, Chairman, that our initial look at that data says that we are seeing higher retention of those schools because of those investments. And if we go a little bit deeper to not just our RISE schools, but to our CS1 schools, which OSSE designate as the bottom 5% of schools in the district, those CS1 schools that we've been investing in with OSSE support and federal supports, those numbers have also gone up tremendously. I shared the data between for Baloo and Anna, which are part of that CS1 program, where they've gone up by 25, 26% schools. That is actually not unique to just those schools, but all of our CS1 schools have seen strong teacher retention rates. And I think I'd love to celebrate that and name them out, because I know those leaders have been doing strong work there. And I think that thought also connects to, Chairman, another commentary made, I think maybe it was Scott Goldstein, but I'm not 100% sure, about how in some districts, for schools that are struggling, like our 1-star schools or CS1 schools, there's often a mechanism in many districts to tighten controls of what they do and not give the autonomy and creativity and flexibility and really believe in the people to get the work done as they know it best. Our point of view on that with our CS1 schools is the exact opposite. Our point of view on that was, let's work with our school leaders, our teachers in those spaces, talk to the students and families of those schools, and let's create a support plan for them that they drive, that we get super behind on. And that's what's happened for all of those schools. So yes, it is true that 15 years ago, school districts automatically went tighter with restrictions for schools that need improvements. DCPS's perspective, because we believe in the talented individuals of our teachers and leaders, was the direct opposite of that. And we're really pleased with the results we're seeing, because one of the results is strong teacher retention, because they can feel and see we believe in them. And many of those schools are being led by leaders of color and teachers of color, and we're certainly investing in that space. And I think if somebody of my team can help me, our greatest work in teacher retention has actually been in Ward 8 schools, where we've been really focused on, where our greatest improvement in teacher retention has been in that particular ward. So again, I'm not saying all this to say that what we have done is perfect. We have so much to go. We have so much more listening to do. But if our ethos is, we want to be with our teachers, hearing them, learning from them, being responsive to them. And do we get it right 100% of the time? Absolutely not. But is the work and where we're investing our time showing greater movement towards that space? I believe we can give you lots of examples of that. And certainly our CS1 schools and our 1 and 2-star school teacher retention is a strong indicator.
Did you say CS as in the letter S, Sam, or CF?
I'm sorry, Sam, CS1.
Okay, then how many CS1 schools are there?
8.
Could you send me a list of those as well?
We certainly can.
And I want to ask for a fact sheet on what the RISE program is, but maybe the grant application would tell me, or is the grant application like 300 pages? And
it's a very robust application, but we can certainly come up with a quick 1-pager for you. I believe we have some that we explained it with school leaders, so we can certainly pull that up and send it your way.
Well, how long is the grant application?
I don't want to say it's like 300 pages. Yep, it's a very robust application. I'm sorry, my team said it's 50 pages, so we can get to the 50 pages if you would like.
Okay.
The full 50 pages.
Send me the application.
Will do.
So your response, because I was going to ask you this, about why there's less flexibility for teachers teaching in schools with a high at-risk population, is that DCPS's policy intentionally is the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, so if I can go back a little, we believe that part of doing school and doing school well, and this might maybe take us to a conversation about RCTs, I know we've heard a lot about that today, is that we create and put in front of our children the very best learning experience that is both rigorous and at the level of meeting Common Core state standards for that particular grade level. So DCPS has, and you know, when I was a teacher in DCPS in let's not go there. We didn't have curriculum for me to use. I had to create it all myself and pull from our veteran teachers, do our very best to make and take and share. That is the way I grew up as a teacher, unfortunately. DCPS has made tremendous progress since that time. Lots of the hard work of people that came before me have put into the strong foundations to build that. And I think one of the things that we're the most proud of is our curriculum and structures, so that is the curriculum that we have for everyone. So to your question, or the question earlier about do some schools have to do more or something more strict or constraining and not other schools? That just isn't the case for us. We have very clear curriculum for every single student in the grade level. And we might have different methodologies for sure, because every single school leader is creative and they have different sort of focus areas. Like, for example, we know that we have some dual language schools. We have some schools that are STEAM schools. We have some schools that are arts and music focused schools. So certainly all of our schools have bring unique perspectives about what makes children shine and what attracts our best talents there, to be sure. But the expectation of what a third grader does in one school is not wholly different from what the expectation of another third grade, same for 8th to 8th and so on and so forth. And so we have that curriculum. And an RCT, and so it is not any more strict or less strict, and we do not put more constraints on schools that are struggling. In fact, we try to really get in there shoulder to shoulder and figure out what is in the way of getting our students a particular space, and we have additional supports for them. Separate from that, I think just if I could have the space talk a little bit about RCTs. RCTs is our way of saying, if we have this curriculum that everyone is teaching, part of teaching and learning is also having well-timed check-in spaces with students to figure out, are you learning what we think we're teaching? And if not, how do we make sure we pause for a moment, look at that student work data and respond to it? And our teachers have flexibility, autonomy, creativity to assess our students in formal assessments and or observation assessments, interaction oral assessments. They have flexibility to do all of that within the autonomy of their schools and classrooms. We do ask that 1 or 2 times per term, right? 1 or 2 times per term, not more than that, that we all take the same common curriculum embedded task, so that we can say, are the third graders at Eaton, what does that student work look like? How does that compare to the student work at Maury? And can we get together and create an educational learning community to see what that student learning task has for us, and have some benchmarking moments to see what we need to learn from and provide additional supports for. And so that is what an RCT is for us. And just to get a flavor for what everyone here might envision. An RCT example that I asked to give to the team is we have art RCCs, because learning art is really important too, right? So we have an art example that says, hey, why did you make the design decision you made in this particular art piece? And what would you change if you could make it again? What is the theme of your piece? And how does your art express that theme, right? So that's an art example. ELA example is, you just read an excerpt from Warriors Don't Cry. Using the details from the passage, please explain how Melba's encounter with the newspaper reporters helps resolve the internal conflict she experienced, right? So these are not, in many ways, like a test that is outside of what they just learned. They just did that art project, or they just did that particular passage, and or they're doing a cold read of that passage. And we're asking all our educators across the city, when you get to that point of your unit assessment, let's do this and let's see what it looks like so we can better respond to it. This is not new this year. Oh.
But one of the complaints from the that I heard today and I've heard before today is there's too much testing. So you just said there are 2 tests a year?
A term.
A term.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, if you're, so, and I think a test that is separate and apart from what the student is learning is, you know, we do want to make sure that, that our assessments are connected. But if you just are in the middle of teaching this unit, or the beginning of teaching this unit, or the end, because our RCTs are embedded sometimes in the beginning, middle, or end, you're assessing your students on those kinds of questions to see how your students respond to their learning, to figure out where to take that lesson or that unit next, or how you might stop and adjust before you get to the next one. These are assessments that, you know, you and I, all of us during our educational experiences have had during the school experience. We at DC Public School are saying that few of these assessments throughout the school year, we have a point of view that says, let's not ask our teachers to modify it largely, because we want to make sure it's meeting the grade level standards and rigor, and let's see how we do. And we got to this through, last year when we were in the pandemic and we were teaching virtually and in hybrid spaces. We really worked to narrow our curriculum scope. We were listening to our teachers and they said, this is too much. This is going too wide and not deep enough. So we narrowed the amount of work our teachers are doing and said, we're going to figure out and focus on the core curricular learning of this grade. And then we built RCTs around that. And again, we're talking 1 to 2 per term. So in a school year, we're talking about 4 to 8 range. That is about what they're teaching. So I think does that mean teacher autonomy is gone? Maybe for that moment, but every other day, how they choose to assess their students, how they learn and how they respond to that is absolutely what a teacher's.
My last question was a little different. It wasn't so much about autonomy, it was more about, is there too much testing? So one of the complaints from teachers, too much testing. I'm trying to look at the educator survey. It was one of the factors that they cited.
Yep.
Let's focus time on standardized tests. I guess the RCT is not a standardized test, but
yeah.
What about that? Too much testing? There's a test every week.
I think that we want to make sure that the assessments we're asking our students to take are well-timed and important. So if you asked any early childhood educator in most of our schools, at Garrison, example, because they testified together as a team, but again, any single one of our schools, they would say they want to know how their children are reading and learning to read much more rapidly every single day if possible, because they're creating groups and putting students in different groups and targeting specific phonemic areas based on that. So in our practice, like the minimum there is every 2 weeks, students are being assessed by their teachers and doing something differently as a result. And I don't know that our ECE teachers would say that is too much. And often those are like literally 1 minute probes that go into what they're learning and how they're doing it so they can make smart groupings. In the area of RCTs, we thought was equitable to say, like, listen, those exist across different content areas because we want to make sure that we're not just thinking about reading and math, which is what traditional school systems think about. Our non-reading and math teachers are like, what about our content? It matters too. And as a school district, where we really do believe in our children learning to be creative and expressive and thinking outside of just reading and math, but connecting it to core content, it makes sense that there are assessments in that particular space. We do have grade level benchmarking sort of assessments like iWriting math and ANET in literacy, so that we are not just understanding where our students are in terms of what they were just taught, like that RCT, but also benchmarking it to the rest of the city, for example. You get a lot of that sort of data feedback, as well as how one particular group of students doing versus another. So those things are, I would say, not different from what exists in school districts generally. And I certainly hear the feedback that this year particularly, because it is year like no other, our teachers want as many minutes as they can to connect with their students, to deepen those relationships and push forward with social emotional approaches. And I think that their desire to make sure that we're supporting our students in that way as much as possible might be also part of this. And I think from our many teachers' perspective, and mine certainly as well, is that we want to make sure that as we build our schools stronger and we think about really pushing back the language of learning loss, that we want to make sure that our students are growing at rates of what they've done in the past, because we know that many of our students, particularly in the literacy, early literacy space I acknowledged earlier, are starting from a lower space. And we want to make sure that the one time that they've got in first grade really is getting the job done.
I think I got lost somewhere in all that. Oh, sorry. But I mean, the issue is, are there too many tests? Teachers are saying that they're spending more time testing and therefore less time teaching, or less time than they want teaching. But let me go back to, I asked a question earlier and I still, or maybe Councilmember Henderson did. So Empower Ed said that the #1 issue in their DC educator survey with regard to turnover is flexible scheduling options. What I think I heard you say was, we've got it. DCPS allows it, but there's a process for it that's in the collective bargaining agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, I just wanted to highlight that we have, for DCPS schools, we operate with an agreement that we have with the DLWTU, and it outlines some language, which I'm trying to find, that is very clear. We can get this language to you if you don't already have it. But we have to have the SCAC must consider the non-traditional scheduling. If SCAC recommends the implementation of non-traditional scheduling, then the entire faculty must, by secret ballot vote, approve the measure by the percentage of no less than 66 2/3% before such an implementation should occur. And it goes on. It's on section 2315 and below. So those sort of agreements about how in a DC public school setting we get to flexible scheduling is a thing that very much is in concert with the teachers of that building, and listening to the voices of the teachers and make sure it meets the teachers' needs, and certainly by vote gets passed by 66 2/3.
Well, do you recall, that's the current collective bargaining agreement, which was approved maybe 4 years ago, 3 years ago. Do you recall, was the requirements such as a 2/3 vote, did that come from management or from the teachers union?
I don't, but this is a thing that's been here for multiple years. Certainly when I was a principal serving the District of Columbia Public Schools, and at that time, Deal Middle School was not an IB middle school. And then when we did want to become an IB middle school, it had different scheduling impacts. I recall very clearly having to go through this particular process. So that was, many, many years ago. So I'm not quite sure when this language came into the CBA, but certainly there now. But I also believe in the spirit of it, right? What it is saying is, if for a school that's changing their schedule, listen, make sure you're talking to teachers, and teachers agree, teachers who have to teach and work and share that space, agree, and we come to that with some agreement and with a clear process how to do that. So I just wanted to name that exists. And on top of that, because not every single school is going to get to that agreement, what we're trying to smartly do is build in positions and flexibility and teacher leadership spaces where teachers can still stay teachers, be really awesome content experts with TLI positions as well as coaching positions, so that even if it's not about changing the schedule and not, we can't get to that with all of our schools, then within the people we have in it, they can become flexible. They can release teachers from what they need to do. They can provide coverage as needed. They can, pre-pandemic, our teachers were going to lots of other people's schools to learn from a particular practice and bring that back. So all of those flexibilities in how we staff and the positions, again, agreed upon with WTU, allows for those flexibilities, if not specific time.
I've already asked if you would provide a couple of things after the hearing. Could you also provide a table of the school leaders' tenure? And what I'm looking for is a list of every school in DCPS, who the current principal is, the name of the current principal, the years that that individual served as principal at the school, and the years that person has served as principal within DCPS.
Absolutely. We look at that data on a regular basis, so that's something easy to get to you.
Thank you. What changes are being made to impact? What is informing the changes? Is DCPS working closely with WTU leadership? And how are you altering the racial bias that's within the impact?
Yep. Thank you for that question. We ourselves sought to look at impact and give that impact tool a review. This is, we knew, and just to, that is, no one forced us to do that. We wanted to say, we've been using this tool for 10 years and it's got some awesome results for our students. And when something has been placed for 10 years, there's definitely ways to put fresh eyes on it and see what can be improved and live our own values of constantly improving your game. And that is what we wanted to do with impact. And certainly our chancellor asked us to do that. And to the statement made by several about impact being a racist tool, I would say, yes, it absolutely is biased. And we have some data to say white teachers are performing better in DC public schools as measured by this tool than not. And we have data to say the way we have structured a compensation, Black teachers are receiving higher amounts of the funds for performing well than white teachers. So it's not perfect. And yet it is serving serving Black and brown students quite well in terms of making sure that we have the great teachers in front of them. And we know that I would propose, Chairman, that almost every evaluation system and tool in this country certainly has racial bias. And we need to look at all of those things openly and clear-eyed, and that's what we're doing at DC Public Schools. We're not hiding the fact that some of our structures need to be reviewed again with that particular bias view. In fact, I would say we are distinguishing ourselves because we are boldly and bravely and courageously having that conversation and being willing to change it. So some of the changes we already made from this first year of review is that we heard from our teachers that the step hold that we were placing teachers on for being at the development level was feeling incredibly stressful. And because we were not, it just made sense to us to say, listen, we can be responsive, we want to be responsive. We no longer hold our teachers on a step hold, meaning they're not moving up steps in their salary scale when you're developing. We want you to grow because we have awesome data that says when you're developing, those teachers over time become effective. We want you to grow without the negative vibe of it hurting your pay. So that is one immediate step which we took from listening to our teachers. The other thing we took, because of the fact that we believe so many things in this country have certainly racialized components, is that we said it is so important for us to take that head on. We're going to train every single one of our administrators, both assistant principals and principals, which are the two people that rate our teachers and evaluate them, and make sure we do a full year's work on anti-bias, because we believe we're going to name and share our data with our leaders the way we shared it with our teachers, and we're going to do something about that. Part of the thing that I'm most proud of DC Public Schools is once we name something as an issue, no matter how ugly or how whatever that might be, we go at it. And that's what we're doing right now to make sure that this tool that is doing such good work for our students gets to shake off the way people implement it. And people certainly have biases that we want to be able to bring to the light and on the table and work diligently to improve.
So what you're doing with regard to the racial bias, and that was the finding from the work that AU did, is you are training the administrators who are responsible for administering impact to be more racially sensitive or more
aware.
I'm going to say less biased.
Yeah. So AU was a wonderful partner for us throughout last year, and they continue to be. Their portion of our deep impact analysis was 46 interviews with teachers to unpack the qualitative thoughts and voices of our teachers with, AU that is not DCPS, so they could speak more openly about their experiences. So
yes,
AU,
let's be clear. If I remember correctly, AU surveyed a much larger number than 46, but then they did these in-depth interviews, which was with 46.
I'm gonna ask our team to give me the specifics on that, because I don't want to not speak correctly about AU's work. But the finding about the racial disparities was our own analysis of the work, because outside of AU's, I'm sorry, they're telling me they did not do teacher surveys. They just did the deep 46 interviews. We did all that other analysis was through our surveying of our teachers. And certainly we shared all that with AU. We didn't, hold that, but that work of teacher racial disparities was us calling that out for ourselves. So what was I saying? So so AU did 46 wonderful, deep, needed conversations with our teachers, hard for them to do during the pandemic, but they were amazing and got it done. But then we also had about 3,500 teachers that we surveyed and looked at that analysis, as well as analysis of all of our teacher ratings, right? So we have that for multiple years. So that's what we looked at. And we're the ones who raised it up to say, hey, as part of the impact review, we want to make sure that this tool really embraces the ethos of making sure that it's attuned to thinking about the whole child and their development. And certainly we did not want to enter the next life cycle of impact, seeing the data that we did from the analysis to say, when we see racial disparities, we're going to call it out and we're going to do something about that. And that's why we shared that.
So I'm confused. What do I say to folks when the teachers union says to me that impact is horrible, and on top of that, it's racially biased? What do I say to them? That it isn't, or that DCPS is making changes, but I'm not sure I can say in a word or two what those changes are. Are you the teachers union on this?
Yeah, may I give my answer to that question, and maybe you might respond to it differently. I would say yes, impact is a tool that's getting great work done for our kids, and putting $75 million over the last 5 years into the pockets of our teachers who are hardworking and like changing the odds for our kids. And we very much excellent teachers, and we're so excited that impact as a tool allows us to figure that out. So yes for that. And we know, like most other systems, most other assessments in this country right now, there's absolutely evidence of racialized outcomes. And as much as we are fighting hard to stop the racialized outcomes of our students and their learning through learning gaps, we are just as intently focused on making sure that there are no racialized outcomes for teachers and how they're evaluated and or supported. So as a result, DCPS is grabbing that bull by the horns, looking at it and figuring out what we can do differently. And this year we're taking the biggest step to make sure every one of our evaluators are going through anti-bias training so they can look at that data, understand their role in that data, and figure out new skills and ways to approach teacher support, growth, and evaluation so that we do not continue to replicate what might be replicated unless we take this deliberate step to change and pivot.
I'm going to shift issues here. The DCPS is now offering principals 2-year contracts.
Yes.
Why not 3-year?
Oh, that's a really good question. And I think we did this in concert with the council. And we certainly discussed this topic at this time. It's a little foggy for me because it was pre-pandemic. But we certainly had lots of conversations with principals as well as the superintendents who are the evaluators of the principals and our data. And we thought that for this sort of change to commit to what we can commit, to say it takes so much more than a first year for a principal to be able to do great work. We wanted to commit to that. And then we thought by second year, we should be able to see great growth. And so I think that's how we got the two numbers, but it was not something driven by data per se, but lots and lots of conversations with principals, principal supervisors, and just our own research of what does it take, what should we be able to see in what school movement and growth trajectories can be. And that's how we got to 2 years. And I think if we look at the most recent work with our CS1 schools in particular, which again are the bottom 5% of schools in the city as measured by the OSCE STAR framework, we were actually able to see evidence of that. We were able to see that in that first year, they were putting a lot of the foundations in place. And by year 2, we were able to see the sprouts of good teacher retention as well as student achievement. So I think if that is a parallel real-time piece of evidence of what that decision helped us to do, we were able to certainly see that decision was, I think, in many ways wise.
Well, as I recall, before the pandemic, I was the one who was pressing the chancellor at every hearing about why you
Yes, you were.
2-year contracts. And I think the thinking was going from 1 to 2 was a 100% increase. But it wasn't that I was wedded to 2. It was that can we at least double the amount of time? So why not another 50% increase? In fact, it's a 30% increase going from 2 years to 3 years. The point being that there needs to be some longevity there, and principals have contracts, teachers do not, as I recall. Are you finding any problem with the 2-year contracts, as in it's difficult to remove a poor principal?
To be honest with you, we're just at the second year. We're just coming to the second year. So we're going through our first cycle for the very first time this round. This is the end of the second year for when we implemented it. And we can certainly refine our systems and learn from that, but we haven't yet even finished our first cycle. I'm happy to talk to you about those results once we get there. We wholeheartedly, certainly more importantly, Chancellor Farabee wholeheartedly supported lengthening the principal offer so that we are saying that we are committing to you to do the hard work. And we know that in many cases, 1 year isn't enough. And we wanted you to have psychological safety and feeling like value, feeling a greater sense of value. And I think that's absolutely has happened. Our principal retention rate is something that we worked on super hard from the very beginning. And from 2017 to now, it has grown in big ways. I recall both Chancellor Farabee and myself standing in front of many groups of principals, just asking them to stay and stick with us as we were new leaders at that time coming into this organization and wanting to make sure that they knew we believed in them. And I cannot imagine that those kind of conversations have not had the impacts we need to have. And so right now people are staying. I am worried though, like the content of this particular hearing, that their job is super hard. They are contact tracers as well as caregivers, as well as instructional leaders. And not one month has been similar to the previous months. And I'm incredibly grateful for their leadership. And I think one of the reasons that they stay is that they feel like we're supporting them better. We started the cluster support model 3 years ago. And right when we started, some awful number, like 33% of our 34%, 36, somewhere in the 30s of principals felt like they were getting support from central office that felt meaningful. That number has doubled to above 66 now. That's still too low. It's certainly much better than where we started. Still too low. We want to get to be even stronger. Now many of our principals are saying their superintendents who lead their cluster supports are exactly what keeps them going, because that's where the strongest relationship and bonds are. And that's what we find as human development, is when you have a really strong relationship, supportive relationship with someone who has your back and will be with you side by side, that people stay. And certainly we're hoping with this cluster support model and our superintendents, who 7 of the 10 were DCPS principals, to certainly have direct context and knowledge about our city as well as the school leadership, are being able to provide them support. Our principal retention rate, thank you very much, team, is in the 90th percentile over the last several years. And, you know, it doesn't mean I am sitting calmly. I am absolutely nervous that we have to do more to make this principal work much more sustainable, as is the teacher work. But we are really proud of how our school leaders have risen to the occasion. And as you heard in the voices of our principals today, really acknowledging that we have places to grow and how to get better, but also that we are doing our best to be responsive to them. And certainly they have direct phone call lines to both myself and Dr. Farabee whenever they need it.
90th percentile for the last several years, you said?
Yes, 90, yeah, and 90 something, 98. But our 17, I think our 17, 18 ratings were much lower if the team could start
Okay.
from that.
Now, the when you say the cluster support model, that's 10 clusters?
Yes.
Those are the instructional superintendents or the head of each cluster?
Yes.
And it's the instructional superintendents who do the evaluation of the principals?
Correct.
And what is in place to do a check, as in checks and balances, on bias by the instructional superintendents? Let me say a little bit more. So I will visit a school and I'll talk to the principal, work well with their instructional superintendent, very helpful. Next school I go to, the instructional superintendent is I hesitate to use the word, and next school, the instructional superintendent doesn't like me, hasn't gotten along with me. And I don't know why instructional superintendents would be any different than the rest of the world, where some of them don't like people. And so the checks balances on an instructional superintendent not liking a principal who's actually kind of good and pushing that principal out.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to that question, Chairman. I am also, as much as I am proud of our 10 wonderful instructional superintendents, like I said, 7 of whom were DCPS principals, have deep, deep knowledge. We now have 2 chiefs of schools, one for elementary school, 1 secondary schools, who are both superintendents in that space before, one who was also a DCPS principal. And this is another, like, I'm super proud that we're growing a pipeline of our teachers becoming principals and principals leading as superintendents and superintendents, like doing this work as chiefs. And that is our checks and balance system. Our chiefs of schools look at all of the principal evaluation with a critical eye, because in our organization, our chancellor is the final determinant of principal tenure. So they make recommendations, certainly to the chancellor, and to make sure that we do a very robust and thorough job of that. Each of our chiefs of schools look at the superintendent's work to provide that additional feedback. And because you're right, people are human. And if we believe that a principal is not, for personality reasons or whatever reason, is not meshing with that particular superintendent, it is our practice to ask that chief to lean in, to provide another set of eyes. So to gut check that bias and to provide that level of quality check that you're asking about. so that it is not singularly based on one person's opinion, but multiple.
Would you send me the list of the 10 instructional soups, the cluster that they have, and how long they have been an instructional superintendent?
We can do that.
So why is it that principals are complaining that they're spending a lot of time? Maybe I shouldn't say complaining, but why is it the principals are spending time doing COVID contact tracing? I mean, that's just taking away from either they're having a life after school or they're doing instructional work.
This is true. Our principals are the hardest working group of people I know, and their day stretches from early in the morning when they get to that school building and make sure all the heating systems and water systems are working and everything's clean and ready to go, till closing out the days, and now during the days of COVID, making sure every single COVID incident is in our tracking system so that we can communicate as we need to.
Can't you provide somebody else to help them with contact tracing?
Yeah, we are diligently, with the support of Mayor Bowser, trying to get supports to our schools right now. I think somebody's testimony earlier today was that we want to make sure that every single school has a COVID point of contact, so he or she can support the principal in this work, because we recognize and know and do not, deny that our principals are spending inordinate amount of time with all of the COVID responses, from site-based testing to quarantining students to close contact tracing. The reason they play a contact tracing role, they don't play it alone, is that they're the ones in the schools and they know the classroom configuration set up, the lunchroom configuration set up. So they're the ones with the closest eyes to the reality of the context, what's happening. So they're letting us know where to start that contact tracing and what they understand to be the close contacts to be based on our definitions. And then we work on the central office side to help confirm that and communicate with DC Health. All of that to say, it is not our desire to make sure that it's not sustainable for principals to be the COVID contact tracers. We want them to get some help, even though they're always going to play an incredible important role.
So what are you doing to get them help, and how soon?
I am told that we're the final stages of contracting with an organization that will provide this space. But as you know, we're following all the steps we need to take through procurement to procure a contract with an organization that will be able to deploy the 116 people to our school. So our principals are no longer shouldering this on their own. But as you know, that takes some time and process, and that's what we've been doing. No one's been sitting on this. We've been diligently working on this particular process since its announcement.
Is that under your shop?
The procurement isn't directly my shop, no, but certainly supporting principals and making sure that the right people get to this.
If I ask you to give me a deadline when those 116 will be deployed, are you the one to give that answer?
I am absolutely the one to get you that answer through talking with our team and get to the very best answer we can, because someone else is keeping diligent eyes on that.
Well, aren't we about halfway through the school year?
Yes.
And right now we're looking at a possible surge in the pandemic.
Yes.
I mean, this is mean for me to put it this way. We're a half a year behind in getting the support to the principals. All this is doing is adding to burnout of the principals. This here is about retaining principals. And so this should happen sooner rather than later. Dr. Grant understands my impatience about things happening more quickly. So I can appreciate you don't have the answer right now, but can you get me an answer? And I hope the answer will say by the beginning of school following the winter break.
Yes, we share your urgency and we'll try to get you a more specific date. And I invite your continued awesome leadership and partnership in making sure that the procurement systems for DC public schools, which are different from DC charter schools, can get our people what they need as fast as they can. I think one of the testimony talked to a friendship teacher who said, when we order, it comes. for us, we certainly are following all the regulations and expectations of rigor to make sure we deliver on this procurement process. And none of us, not us, not anyone in procurement, is sitting on this and slowing it down. We are all working diligently with the urgency that you have to make sure our school leaders get this person. And we will absolutely follow up with a specific date. I think Alyssa can follow up with you on that.
And why is it over 50 days to onboard? I mean, because that affects the hiring of substitutes, it affects the hiring of teachers to fill mid-year vacancies. It also affects the students who don't have a teacher I remember when my daughter was at Ellington, that she didn't have I can't remember what the class was. I think it might've been science. She didn't have a science teacher for 3-4 months. That was a couple of years ago, so nothing to be done about it now, but I suspect that this is happening across the system. Why does it take over 50 days?
I hope your daughter's doing well. So yes, we are not excited about how long it's taking for sure, but with the needed School Safety Omnibus Amendment Act of 2018, it required LEAs to take additional steps to prevent and address student sexual abuse by adding additional clearance features in how we execute on hiring teachers, as well as anybody working in our schools. And that step, which is a new process for all of us, is certainly adding to additional steps that makes this process a little bit harder. We are working diligently with our partner in CFSA, who's the organization that is executing on that particular step. And over time, they have done really, they've also been addressing this urgency to try to minimize that. That is the #1 flag that our chancellor has been talking with CFSA about. They've been responsive and excited. They're letting us know just this week that they're trying to get the days down to 14, and they've hired some additional folks to make that happen. We've also helped to contract with third party to help expedite this process, because none of us are excited about how long it's taking, because our schools and our students need awesome humans in front of them. And we certainly are losing talent because people are accepting jobs, but because they cannot get through the process, taking other jobs. So we want to make sure we tighten that up, and we're working urgently to reduce the number of days.
Where are things with the collective bargaining agreement?
Well, I am not the person who's going to those meetings day in and day out, Chairman, so I don't know the specific details. We certainly are meeting with WTU every single week to strengthen our relationships as well as communications. I think the reality of the matter is, like I think the other council member suggested, that the nature of teaching and learning and what that looks like in their job responsibilities has changed over the last 2 years. So we certainly need to come to lots of conversations to norm on what that could look like, should look like, and what it takes to make that happen. So I expect that we're going to need many conversations with our partners there to get to shared understanding, which then gets a shared contract agreement.
But the collective bargaining agreement expired September a year ago?
Correct.
So we're already like 14 months into the next agreement, which hasn't been agreed to yet.
Correct. And I think, not to say this is right or wrong, but I am glad that it's happening right now, where the working and teaching conditions are being redefined because of the COVID pandemic and the endemic nature of what that looks like. So I think the conversations are consistent and strong, and I don't believe this will be the first time that usually contract negotiations go beyond the contractual terms. Certainly during my many years of tenure as both teacher here, as well as school system leader.
Well, let me say, not to you, but to DCPS, I don't think it's a thing that a collective bargaining agreement is allowed to expire. The law clearly contemplates that bargaining is supposed to begin at least 6 months before the end of the contract, with an eye toward the contract being finalized before the expiration of the about to expire contract. And that's not happened here. And I don't think that's in the best interests of DCPS or the teachers. I want to ask you about the Mary Jane Patterson Fellowship. So my understanding is that this was a program that was initiated by DCPS to train, I'll say, emerging principals, to identify individuals who are interested in being principals and put them through a training that has resulted in very good principals. Homegrown, promoting from within, training, and the result, I understand to have been high performing. And yet Mary Jane Patterson Fellowship was discontinued. Why? And is there a plan to reinstitute it?
Absolutely. We are not, I should not have said absolutely. We also believe that homegrown, thoughtful ways of growing our leaders is critical to having a strong pipeline for leadership. And so we're excited to learn from what we've learned from Mary Jane Patterson. And we're talking right now to university partners about standing up similar pathways, potentially even expanded pathways for preparing our leaders for the principalship. So we, as I mentioned earlier, we already have the RISE principal residency that's highlighted our high performing assistant principals who have desires to become principals, and we're partnering them with current sitting principals to learn and grow and get ready. And some of them are already, they're just doing awesome work. And we're
RISE is referring to those STAR 1 and 2 schools?
Correct. And we're using that grant dollars with the ethos, that 50-page application you were mentioning before. That grant is to say, how do we, is focused on how we get awesome leaders and teachers to teach in schools that are farthest from opportunity. So right now we're training principals to lead those schools intentionally through this particular grant. We're also
training new principals or training existing principals?
New principals for the pipeline to become principals. So current sitting assistant principals that want to become principals. We're also been working for multiple years now. We have a multi-year relationship with the Wallace Foundation, who's really focused on the pipeline of human development and our talent from, you know, every seat in our organization to get them to be strong principals as well as principal supervisors in our organization. So through working with them, we're working with them as well. They've given a grant that brings together university partners as well as the state education agency with us to say, why don't the three of you, why don't you guys as an organization think about how to do this process together really thoughtfully? And so we're currently engaging with a couple of university partners to build that out. So it might not be exactly the Mary Jane Patterson form because we have different people now, we have different needs, but we are absolutely laser-like focused on developing our people to become principal ready, and a lot of the successful components of the MJP program will certainly be replicated in these new programs with different.
That grants with the Walton Foundation, you said?
Wallace Foundation.
But you haven't answered the question. Why was Mary Jane Patterson discontinued?
Some of that was we were having a hard time, frankly, trying to get the right people. That Mary Jane Patterson looked for a very specific person in their career leadership space. And with the principal retention where it was, we were not able to find spaces for every one of those Mary Jane Patterson folks to then aspire and then get those principal roles. So many school districts actually face this. They create programs for a time and place, gets the job done really well. And I think MJP has been an absolutely successful program. And then for a period of time, the right candidates for that particular space was no longer the right thing. Then we needed, now we're identifying that we actually want more earlier sets of leaders and earlier in the pipeline, not so much in the far end of the pipeline. So while we're implementing RISE for people who are super ready and close to being ready for that end, we're actually going a little bit deeper in the pipeline for earlier assistant principals to get them ready for that seat. And it may be a time where we actually have that 18-month, Mary J. Patterson was targeted for like an 18-month situation to become a principal. And it may be a time when we get to that space where that is needed, in which case we would certainly be responsive to that. Another level of detail, Chairman, if you're interested, we're also, as you know, very much interested in deepening our work with the equity lens. So we wanted to make sure that whatever new leadership development program that we stand up is rooted in that particular perspective and thinking about understanding the whole child science of learning development component. So we would like to take all the best parts of Mary Jane Patterson, what that was able to do for our leaders, and many of our leaders speak of it very, very fondly, and add to it some of the new information about leadership development and human development that we're certainly learning today, you know, from 10 years ago, to integrate that to what we build next.
Let me just give me a second here to see if I have any more questions. Hold on. And the person behind the phone said, I don't have any more questions. Let me see, Dr. Grant, we will get a brief on the turnover from your work in mid-January.
That is correct, sir.
Dr. Kim, I hope I don't skip anything here, but you will give us the list of the RISE schools, the list of the CS1 schools, a copy of the application for the RISE grant.
I think you also want a list of our clusters with their superintendents.
Yes, I was sort of doing this in the order that I asked for, but yes, a list of the clusters, who the instructional superintendents are for each, and how long they've been the instructional superintendent. The table of school leaders with their tenure, both as principal at the current school as well as principal within DCPS. And what's this one? I said when I asked you the question about the mid-year vacancies and filling them and why it takes over 50 days, there was something you're going to get back to me on about that.
About the when you believe that COVID support folks might enter our school
Yeah,
buildings.
yes, the 116, when the 116 will be deployed. And there might be something else. So if I didn't mention it just now, you're not off the hook.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairman, if we're coming to an end, I just would love one more moment to just thank you and every single city leader, certainly our mayor, for standing with us and just supporting us and making sure that everything our children need should not be a barrier to what we get. Certainly that goes for the sentiment for our teachers and our leaders. And I just want to take this moment one more time to just thank every single educator across our city for doing such tremendous work and going above and beyond. And we hear you. We need to keep listening to you, and we want to show how you are the most important thing in our organization, because you're doing what it takes to make it happen for kids, and that does not go unnoticed.
I couldn't leave without echoing those same remarks. Chairman, thank you so much for setting the stage for this conversation, for understanding the efforts OSSE is putting forth, not just to collect the data, but to be in a position where we can use the data to collectively have conversations about our workforce And for me, as someone who just, ran an LEA, the data really does help all of our LEAs make critical decisions on topics covered today, from residency programs to compensation to even conversations we have about impact. And so I'm really happy that DASI is making the strides that we need to make. I do want to close with echoing Deputy Chancellor Kim's remarks. It has been harder to lead in public education over the last 20 months, and it has been for most of our careers. And what I hope you heard today and will continue to hear, educators are still waking up every single morning and choosing to serve our children. Teachers are coming into their classrooms, principals. I know that when I hang up this meeting, I'm about to call 5 different LEA leaders to engage in conversations with them on everything from instruction to holiday break to what do they need. And I know each of them are going to answer the call, and some of those calls lead into the midnight hour. And so I do want to echo a tremendous thank you. It is hard. The last time we found ourselves in a global pandemic, none of us were alive. And yet every single day, we are working in partnership to not just beat COVID, but to meet the needs of our children. And I really did want to say thank you. I know that Melissa and I engaged in this entire hearing, listened to every single witness. I took copious notes, and we will continue to deliver for our children. And I did want to say thank you, particularly as we're going into the holiday season. Just thank you for being there for our kids. They deserve it, and we're doing it every day.
Well, as they say, back at you. So thank you. That's going to conclude this hearing. Let me just close it out. This has been a hearing on teacher and principal turnover versus retention in the district's public schools. Record in this matter will close at 5 p.m. on Thursday, December 30th, 2021. The time is 5:32 in the afternoon, and this hearing is adjourned.